Hello. Hello, hello. Oh my goodness. Do I have a story to tell? It's actually not that interesting, but it sure is a story. I've been working on adjusting the stream notifications, and not notifications as in when I'm live, that notification. I mean when someone does something like donate or subscribe or whatever. Sometimes it doesn't pop up and sometimes it just is weird. So if you're seeing if you're seeing a motley of Kevins down there, that's because I went into Streamlabs, actually made the effort to adjust things, and hopefully they all work now. We won't have to worry about the default zombie situation. We will see Kirby's no matter what. And I mean, that's not a guarantee that a sub will not get alerted for some reason. But regardless, I'm doing my best. Oh my god, it's Ed and Eddie, but they're all Kevins. Holy. Anyway, hello. Hi, everyone. Okay, if you want to know the story, is that, a few weeks ago, I was shopping in a department store, and I was wearing a Hot Topic Spirited Away shirt with Haku on it, and some girls came up to me and were like, hey, like, I like your shirt, is that a dragon? And I'm like, oh, thank you, it's from the movie Spirited Away. And one of them did not know what the hell Spirited Away was, and so I was like, oh yeah, it's a great movie, it's one of my favorites. The other one did know. They were more of a cartoon person. Hello, hello. So that ended up being a whole conversation, which is weird because I feel like I'm definitely better when it comes to talking to people, socializing, etc. But because I was so struck off guard by these two very nice people just having a conversation with me, and we realized that they've been to the library I work at, so that there's a funny coincidence there. We just ended up having a long-ass conversation, and it's not that I don't enjoy conversations, it's that sometimes I don't know when I should be the one being like, alright, well, good talking to you guys. Like, I never know when exactly I'm supposed to pull that card, or I should wait for them to decide the tempo and all that. You're still at work? Holy. Best of luck, Shiori. But yeah, we exchanged numbers, and I guess that's how friends are made when you're in your 20s and 30s. But, we texted each other a little bit. I'm not a big texter, so that's just how it is. But one of them texted me, hey, are you doing anything for Valentine's Day? And I said, well, nothing in particular. And she said, well, me and some couple of friends are doing a little Galentine's event. It's one of those paint and sips where they have light refreshments and a little painting that you work on. It's a very much a social event. So I was like, huh, okay. Again, I'm in the mindset of like, this is how like people make friends in adulthood. So I might as well. You're self-employed. Gotcha. Godspeed. So I was like, okay, yeah, you know, of course. I have no particular plans. I don't have work. So, you know, that'd be cool. They seem fun. So I thought this was going to be like, hey, me and my friend group are going to like go to some kind of, you know, they have like art shops where you can book paint nights or whatever. I thought it was something like that. If it was gonna be at someone's house, I would have politely declined because I just met these people and I would not like to follow them to a second location. Just a safety thing. But then, yesterday, they sent me the flyer for the event, which, good for them because I had totally forgotten, and if they did not send it to me, I would have totally forgotten. And so the flyer for the event was basically, how doth I describe my reaction upon seeing the flyer? For context, these two girls, like, just totally, like, one was kind of like a designer, or the other was a teacher, and we were all just, like, talking and vibing, and like, okay, yeah, this is nice. The flyer... Let me bring up the flyer. Okay. So... Come spend a beautiful afternoon centered on our first love, Jesus. John 4:19. We love because he first loved us. And then join us for some sisterly fellowship here at the location, etc., etc. So you can imagine my surprise when I got that little photo and went, "This is a Jesus thing?" Because don't get me wrong, there were like a couple of weeks in between us meeting for the first time and that text where I was like, that seems like too good to be true, that we had like a fun time talking, and we exchanged numbers and we promised to stay in touch. Like, I'm not like one of those super paranoid suburban white women where it's like they put a leaf under the tire of my car because they expect me to take the leaf out and crunch it in my hands, and they will put a skittle in my asshole. See, I'm not one of those people because obviously I am cautious. I am aware of my surroundings, and you know, I'd like to think of myself as cautious, basically. However, sometimes I will get swept up in the moment, and afterwards I'll be like, you know, I am sort of the person who gets pressured into things when it comes to something that I haven't experienced before. So it really takes the retrospective afterwards for me to go, oh, you know, maybe like it was too good. If it seems too good to be true, then maybe it is. And I thought maybe, you know, I don't know, the worst case scenario is that the next time we meet up, they're gonna kidnap me and sell me into human trafficking. Like, whatever. Proselytization. Yeah, I mean, listen, we're in Maryland, so this isn't the first time someone's come up to me or I walked up to someone for a chat and it turns into so like, you know, do you believe in God? And it's just, the conversation is arguably weirder because I am sort of trying to be more Catholic, aka go to church more, but I'm not the kind of religious person in which I'm like, you see that thing that just happened? That was because of God. You know, I respect religion, and I think it's honestly super epic when people go like, hell yeah, in Jesus' name, amen. Like, I love it when people are like enthusiastic about their faith and hope, because, you know, I come from a background where faith is very formal and, you know, in some ways very guilt trippy and scary. So where people can go, you know, yay, I feel happy. I'm like, at the very least I can be like, at least if it makes you happy, then fine. But I'm not the kind of person to be like, you know the old DeviantArt picture of those two cartoon characters that have a Bible and I'll go like, wow, Jesus really is incredible, huh? Like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, I'm gonna like Jesus fan art and talk to people about the anthropology of Christianity and the Bible and all that. I'm not gonna be like, God is up there, like he is specifically like watching, and you have to, and because I'm like, I don't know, like, I'm long past the point of thinking that, like, I don't know how else to describe my religious ideology. I'm a very passive Christian, you could say. Passive as in, like, I engage, but I am not someone who requires the Lord's presence in all that I need, you know? Usually with religion, sometimes it's a cover for cult activity or trafficking. I'm sorry to hear that, Shiori. Yeah, that is extremely unfortunate, because, especially when it comes to cult stuff, because am I the only person who grew up, like, religious and then learned about cults in their teenage years and was like, you know, the line between religion and cults is honestly a lot thinner than you think, and which kind of scares me off of religion, and now as an adult, I'm, like, slowly reintegrating it back into my life on my own terms, you know? But once you, like, learn the fucked up things cults do, as well as the general manipulation tactics that they use, like, they prey on people who desire community. They prey on people who want a purpose. They want to feel included. So that's why tactics like love bombing works, because these people are surprised that they're getting all this attention and appreciation and devotion, which helps, you know, guide them into a slow, gradual regimen. I've watched Midsummer. I know how all this works. But basically, yeah. Long story short, that was the flyer for the Valentine's Day event, and I talked to several people about it, and I expressed my concerns because I must reiterate that the Jesus did not come up in our conversation. There was never a point where they were like, so like, is there a church you go to? Honestly, like that, at that point, I'm like, whoa, that is, whoa. Anyway, but I did go today because I thought, first of all, we're meeting at a townhouse, so it's not a second location. Like, I'm not going to a house. I'm not carpooling with some strangers. We're going to a somewhat public place. Second, it feels just personally, maybe this is the Korean politeness, but I just felt like it would be rude if I just said, no thank you. And third, I'm gonna be so for real. As much as my brain was trying to scare me with the worst case scenarios, etc., a part of me was like, this never happens to me. Like, I never get invited to random Bible parties. So if I go and, you know, I just get proselytized a little bit, I can just leave, you know? And there is also a part of me that's like, you know, you're always saying, you know, why don't people invite you to places? Why don't you X, Y, and Z and all that? So here's an opportunity, even if it's, you know, not your exact cup of tea. So I went, and it was luckily, I guess in some ways I expected it to be a friend group event. So I would actually be, you know, getting to know a group of specific people. But it turns out it was an event that was like a community event. So it was a social event in all terms of the word. And so it was just a lot of talking and paint. I mean, I painted. If you want to see my painting, so for context, I haven't painted since high school, and I am not a physical artist by any means. So, the painting that came out was, I'm gonna give you a moment just to, like, look at it. Just to really take it in. So, so how it began was, I started with the yellow background, and then I tried to draw a person in white, and then I wanted them to be holding a bouquet of flowers. But the more I tried to add red, the more I was like, it kind of looks like they're holding their body open and tearing their flesh off to show the inside. And so I said, fuck it, and made it like mysterious and showed like the rib cage. So now, like, so this is what came out of that. Even though everyone else was drawing like trees with hearts in them or like candy or whatever, like I came out of it with this. And I do think that this could be classified as scaring the hoes, so I guess that sure is art. I mean, when you think about it, there's an intentionality to it, there's a depth to it, there is ambiguity in how you can interpret it. So when you think about it, it is art. There are layers to it. I mean, this is a positive, I know. I also just like having a memory. Like, I like having physical memorabilia of intangible events. So it was an alright time. Like, I ate cupcakes, I ate some candy. It was very light refreshments. But I think the deal with me is that these women who came to the event feel want to say so normal, but it felt like a lot, like, it almost felt like a work event in some ways, because I feel like I have to... grapple with the fact that I am in my mid-20s, and if I want to go out and make normal, physical, real-life friends, then I will have to go to normie-ass stuff like this. But when I, like, went there, I had a decent time, like, talking to people, and they were very nice. It's just that I didn't come away with it going, wow, what memorable friends I made, which isn't a bad thing to them. It was just like, I don't think I'm built for this. I don't think I'm built for you know, drinking coffee in the morning and then going to a little social event with my girlfriends and drinking wine and then coming home and watching Bridgerton or some shit. I don't think I'm built for that life. I don't know. You're braver than me. I wouldn't have gone. I mean, listen, even though it was a long drive, and I did drop by the Pokemon card store on the way back, so, you know, plus, I am glad I went. I'm at the stage in my life where I feel like my regular schedule is very consistent. It's just work and then weekends, which is streaming, like cooking, church, and all that. So, if I have opportunities to experience something new, I will try to take it, you know? Also, I have like a 3-day weekend because it's President's Day on Monday, so that's that. Hee hee hee. Oh, okay. So that was my day, is what I'm trying to say. I was not trafficked, nor was I put in an exceedingly uncomfortable position. Yes, there was group prayer, and yes, there was an actual, like, I don't know if they were a nun. They didn't dress like one, but it was one of those things where they brought in, like, sister something, and then she talks about it, and she talks about her faith, and I don't know. That was my day. I think the main problem I have with these types of events, consistency is important as long as there's flex time and there's somewhere. Yeah, exactly. That's my weekends are nice for me, because I can sleep in and stream. Yeah. I'm Brazilian, but I got my ear to the ground, have international buds, so I get to experience being lonely on Valentine's Day twice a year. Gotcha. Well, happy Valentine's Day for those who are listening right now at this exact point in time. It is February 14th. If y'all are vaguely interested in Chromosynth stuff, I did post a slight Chromosynth related Valentine's update. It is, in the grand scheme of things, extremely optional, so check it out if you like. But I thought, you know, might as well draw something. So I opened Psy and put up these references, and it's kind of like what I was thinking for Clover last time, where I just drew for the sake of drawing. I don't have anything special in mind. I'm just gonna draw Oswald for Valentine's Day and just like finish it. You forgot it was Valentine's Day? Shiori, draw. You need to draw Yaoi now. It's never been more important that you draw the most immaculate Yaoi this instant, Shiori. It's so awesome. Thank you. So, I'm not gonna go into everything about it, but I'm gonna go into the general process behind it, because it's been swallowing my time for the last week or so. But basically, I was like, huh, Valentine's Day is coming up. I should, like, do something. Oh, Capita, okay. I will open Discord, and I have a few characters you can pick from. Okay. You can put a bunch of them in the sketch requests, and then I can choose one if you like. Oh, it's been a while since I've done a sketch request. It's been a year! Wow, I've done like one sketch request per month last year. Y'all need to request more sketch requests. I don't say that very often, but I had planned to draw Yaoi tonight in some capacity. Yes! Perhaps they will draw Shiori or Ayumi. Anyway, the thought process behind the update was kind of like how, in most holiday situations, I think to myself, oh, is this an opportunity to celebrate it in a way that involves my characters and kind of a, you know, because like a lot of brands or artists take a theme and go, okay, time to make Valentine's Day cards, or one thing that certain game companies do is go, hey, you know what'd be so funny? If we pretended that we made a Japanese dating sim with our characters and they were in an anime style and they were written in a really corny way. Oh my god, dude, that would be so funny. Is it still 2012? I don't know, man. Anyway, it's gonna be really funny. And I have a Shiri Yubi is my Yuri. I know, I was joking. Gay people. Anyway, I actually have a slight vitriol for people who make dating sims as jokes because, like, hop off my goat genre, okay? Like, it's bad enough that visual novels are already made fun of because for some reason reading is such a novel concept to some people, but also the idea that because dating sims are traditionally attributed to, like, you know, like romance books and things that are like, oh, women and sentimental and romance, ooh, how silly, they'd somehow just, you know, I don't know. I think that it's fine to make, like, what if you could date these characters, like, as a little, like, you know, teehee, but, like, hop off the go of the dating sim genre, because without, like, dating sims, like, some of them really paved the way for visual novels, like, progression in general. Like, they are integral in the history of visual novels and, by extension, games, you know? Like, Phoenix Wright started out as visual novel, and it very much influenced a lot of games. Okay, I see your characters. Capita? I could go with that second one. I'll try, drawing them after I get to a point with, Oswald. Actually, I do love it when the sunglasses, like, dip a little down so you can see the eyes a little bit. So I might try that right here. So I have his whole thing up because I need to go in between each at a hand's notice. You really can't tell in the sprite because hair is a doll maker esque layer above the eyes, so like the eyelashes get blocked off. But Oswald has very, very long and pretty eyelashes. So the thought process behind the Valentine's update was something along the lines of expanding upon romance in general in Chromosynth, which, you know, you could do with dating sim-esque, a format. But then I was like, first of all, if I were to do that with my characters, they would either have to be the main 4, the main 17, or something. There has to be a cohesive theme. So, played around with that concept a little bit, but um ultimately I decided on the idea of having Mr. Matchmaker himself be the creator of this game slash story slash visual novel routes and everything, a la what Chromosynth is, point and click, etc. The idea that this is essentially I mean, I don't delve into this area a lot, but what some people would call real person fan fiction, I'm not gonna open that can of worms. It's just an aside to make it clear that Oswald is a weird internet fanboy and a way to write about characters from the, with one of the characters being a writer without it not making sense, basically. But anyway, exactly how I chose the characters who got involved, and I won't super get into like every single one because I would like you to find out for yourself. But like the very first character I wrote the route for was someone who I feel like their romantic interest in, like, I avoid using the word crush because as cute of a word it is, it's very school child. So like romantic interest is what I'm gonna use as kind of a bubble, but their romantic interest in another is more transparent in comparison to a lot of characters. And so I wanted to expand upon that. And what is a romance story if not a deep self-indulgence of what if this character was like super in love with you? And that's also why I wanted to make two different kinds of love routes, because these are characters who, in the classic, self-indulgent fanfiction way, there is a kind of, what if they, like, you stumbled upon them and you like kind of know each other, but you're like confessing to them because it's you specifically, the girl reading this, who is, their special love. And I wanted to play with that idea because I feel like there's not a lot of that in this story naturally, obviously, because Chromosynth is a world that is supposedly one that exists within itself. But I guess I just wanted to play with the idea of a self-insert story because I've never made those before. So having it being made from the perspective of someone who would be kind of super interested in those or in that general genre was really interesting. But it was also important to me that it wasn't just love as self-insert, but it would actually explore the characters' real, like, romantic interest in other characters. Because as much as I like to, take Chromosynth characters, just mash them together, because that is what I do with all characters ever. It would not be an exception with my own characters. I don't like characters... I want Chromosynth to be more than just big ship tease, if that makes sense. Because I feel like that takes away from some of the other points of it, where it's like, it's about family relationships, it's about the self, it's about society. So, so I don't want like every character to be like, and then they have special feelings for them. Like, I'm above that. But the few characters that do have somewhat clear, like, feelings, I wanted to play with that concept of, like, they don't really have opportunities to talk about their feelings or, be in a position where there is kind of a third party who is saying, hey, what's going on? Like, what are you doing? Who are you interested in? Which is, in itself, self-indulgent, because in regular I feel like in regular media, the way you will see characters express their interest in each other, the most natural way to do it is to just have them interact with each other and build chemistry. I always found that the more contrived way is to have other characters go, so you like them, do you? Nudge, nudge. I've been like, alright, come on, man. Like, it feels like, I don't know. It feels a little forced at that point. But because I don't engage in that stuff typically in my writing, I wanted to try my hand at it. And I guess it's interesting that as much as Oswald is kind of the butt of the joke as the big storyteller of all this, it's very much like, it's fun to self-indulge and play around this way. So, you know. You're not supposed to come away with this going, man, people who write, like, romance stories and fanfiction are fucking stupid and juvenile. Like, that's not what I'm trying to portray with this. It's just like, we get a little silly, we have a little fun. There are ways to take it too far, of course. Just finished all the routes, it's so good. Thank you! I pre-sent the routes to my special secret Royal and Safi chat before sending it to the official server because, of course, it was 1 a.m. and I had just like finished it, and I was like, I need someone to look at this before I dissolve. So, I had them look at it a little bit, and fortunately I did, in the time between that and putting it on the server, I looked through it and caught a bunch of spelling and grammar mistakes, because as a matter of fact, when I write like regular stories, I try to take the time to make sure it feels good and sounds good, but when it came to this thing, I really I was running out of time by the end, so there was only so much I could proofread, you could say, at the end. So I you know, if it feels a little bit lazier than my usual writing, that's because I was being in character. That is the reason. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Actually, he should be winking. I want him to wink. There's something about someone in heart sunglasses and having them wink it's classic. Let me like figure out this pose. I'm gonna have to like be quiet for a couple seconds because I truly cannot multitask at this point. I don't know if you already know this trick, but reading stuff aloud helps you find real grammar. See, I understand. I understand that, and the reason why I missed certain things was literally because I did not have the time to read it again. Nevertheless, read it in particularly special ways. I appreciate your advice, Royal, and I do try to read stuff out loud usually when I write, because I agree, when it comes to dialogue or narration or anything, it's all about what sounds natural, and when you're writing it and coming up with it, it can be easy to be like, that sounds pretty good, and then you look back on it and you're like, what the fuck? Who says that? Who does that? So, yes, it's a balance. You know what? I might do what's you know how people like redraw those old vintage Valentine's vintage like art or pictures or whatnot? I should totally do that. Oh hell yeah! I should redraw him like this. Oh hell yeah! I'm kidding. That goes hard though. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I love the little classic vintage just cherubs. Just like that classic, like kind of, it reminds me of Strawberry Shortcake as the closest media reference. Honestly, this is pretty good. I might specifically look for one to reference pose-wise. I keep forgetting I can do that. That whenever I'm struggling to come up with poses, I can just look up things that already exist, not just in my brain. I'm gonna hop on here when I'm done writing. Yeah! Right. In this main creative writing class I took, we were reading our work, and one of our classmates raised our hands and said, "This isn't actually about the story, but you read your stuff really well." Oh, wait, that's really sweet! Dude, this person was like, now that's a reader. That's a bitch who reads. I was glad to hear, because whether she knew or not, that did tell me about the quality of my story. Yeah. I don't know if you meant like in a good way or a bad way. I would assume in a more neutral way, because it seemed she was more captured by the presentation of things than the content, which could be a good thing as well. But that is also very sweet, I think. And also so valid of her. I do be raising my hands and interjecting with saying like, this is not what you were expecting to hear, but I need to say this. I've only taken, maybe I've taken like 2 creative writing classes when I was in college. One of them was a screenwriting class. One of them was just kind of a generic one. Yeah. That probably, like, the lack of in-depth creative writing scholarly experience maybe explains the style in which I write now. Like, wow, I took a screenwriting class was the main way I wrote. It continues to be the main way I write now. Yes. Okay. Actually, there's a... Damn it, I scrolled past it. Oh my god, ew! Can y'all look at... Ew! Oh my god, okay, so... I need y'all to look at this while I, look things up. I thought these arms were meat veins, and I recoiled in real life. Disgusting. Why did they think this was fine? Why did you make the meat sentient? Awful. Do you think there's a horror ARG with this art style? I feel like there's been horror ARGs with nearly every vintage / nostalgic art style. And I'm only sort of making fun of them by saying that. I'm mostly saying it lovingly. Oh, I found a nice pose. Go away, sausage. Okay, so the angle will be totally like this. I think my writing style best befits the screenplay format, but I struggle so much with formatting an actual screenplay. Interesting. Do you mean formatting as in like literally getting the int whatever name and all that? Because I use a very specific like application to do that. Otherwise, it is hard to manually do all that. It's annoying. Guys, do you want to talk about the Tumblr top 100 ships? Do you guys want to talk about it? Because I have 1 or 2 thoughts on it, and it's not even that big. It just came to mind because it's related to the season. but I was happy to see certain ships that I like make it on there, despite not being like big ships. You know, I've said and I've drawn certain ships, and I'm too embarrassed to describe them out loud, so you can perhaps intuit what they are. But I'm personally surprised and happy that Polytrix made it to the top 10. Like, I feel like we're downplaying it a little bit because, you know, the media it comes from is obviously not, you know, a sapphic one. But the fact that, like, 3 non-white women are in the top 10 is kind of like that's never happened before. So that's kind of an achievement in itself, I think. I'm unorganized. I like writing, but I don't like making a script. Ah, interesting. I don't like writing unless it's in the final form of the story. I hate making notes. Then how do you write? Like, because if you're not in the final version of the story, then what are you doing? Like, conceptualizing? Interesting. Because I feel like I'm jotting notes at every step of the process, because otherwise I will probably lose track. But you do you, of course. So the thing I'm inspiring this off is like a little garland of hearts. Right there. And so we can make a nice composition with it. I'm honest, this isn't just a gay person thing. I love it when hands like droop like this because the angle of the wrist like jutting in a very dynamic way is always so satisfying to me. I put all the info in my head and hope I don't forget. Well, that doesn't... Well, again, you do you. I feel like making notes would be productive, but I can't tell you to like doing it. I saw and I didn't care for any of the ships. I think the ships I like these days are too niche. I mean, there are some ships that are for media that have been, you know, that have ended for a long time. And there are ships that are kind of evergreen and will be around no matter what the status of their actual media is. Like, fucking Sonata was in the top 10 because, like, Lord knows Sonic hasn't even had anything significant with Shadow in the past year. And yeah, it's just one of those, it'll be around. And there are other ones where it was specifically big this year because of something that happened or was released or whatever. Anyway, I think that there is some slight discourse that is coming up from the Tumblr account, official account on Twitter. You know, it says shit in its typical shitposty Tumblr way and goes like, we love yaoi here. Yuri, huh, that's okay too, I guess. And people's valid reactions are like, what the fuck? Why are you downplaying this? It's actually a serious issue how much, you know, this is and all that. And so they did something where they teased the top 10 or something, and specifically like the number 1, like they releasing the list little by little, and then they said something along the lines of, you know, which one of these is the number 1 most popular ship of the year? And when Cruzy was up there, aka Chris and Susie from Deltarune, and let me say, I agree with other Cruzy heads when I say that it is nasty of them to bait people with one non-yaoi ship which didn't even make it to the top 5, so why did you even include it in that little teaser? But I'm not, like, pissed off. I'm just, like, kind of like, oh, that's kind of a bummer. But it did make top 10, which, good for them. Love me some Cruzy. So if you're interested to know, this thing right here is actually supposed to be kind of like a corset situation. Hence why it's shaped like that. Um, my excuse for giving Oswald big bloomers is that unfortunately big bloomers are a really fun thing to draw and they have a really dynamic silhouette by nature of being big bloomers. So someone had to have them. And it just kind of happened to be him. Sorry about that. Actually, I think this is one of those situations where I see the face and there's something about it that seems off. And I only realized this maybe when I was 20, is that sometimes you make a face a little too long and like the space between the parts of the face, like the eyes, the nose, the mouth, gotta pay a little attention to it. So if I really look here, it seems right, but it's actually a bit high. So what I'm gonna do is actually make his eyes like bigger because he's a little sweetie. So yeah, keep it kind of up here because that is the angle, and keep the nose like up here. Okay, time to super duper shrink this so I have a full body, which is something I have to do like all the time. Who else out here ends up starting to draw someone and then wants to draw the body, but whatever body proportions they end up having are way too long for the canvas they have. That happens to me so often. But it's fine. I like drawing the long legs. So that should be good for the sketch layer. Oh, actually, let me just keep drawing sketchy stuff. Because what's lovely about this cape is that it makes a wonderful silhouette of just circle around him. So the heart will be like a loop here. Like one... It starts, like one end starts here, and then loops here. And then it goes around one leg. And then it kind of goes to the bottom of the shoes. So this is based off of the reference I have, by the way. There's a flow. There's a flow. Trust in the process. It's why I use giant paper. I feel that. Actually, this is a habit that I've been trying to break. I'm so used to drawing characters who are aka posing for the camera. So they're always like, or they're always looking at the viewer. And I noticed that the art that I like have them looking away because it looks a little more natural. I guess in this case, Oswald is literally posing. So, you know, maybe we can go with it. But, you know, we will see. I love Kirby music. Oh, by the way, I hope people liked seeing the Ujin commission I got from one very, 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 very talented artist, Nefast Greentail, aka the person who draws those hot, plump men and can emulate art styles really, really well. Yeah. The commission's opened, and I was like, well, I am starting to... It's weird to imagine that I'm practicing ordering commissions. It does require a certain level of, I would say, social training, as well as, like, a grasp over your own characters. It is a little embarrassing to say, though, I will admit. So I put my commission in December, and, yeah. It was one of those Death Note style commissions, which they're very good at, and I'm a little jealous, but in a loving way, because good for you. I feel like I remember doing the 50 art style was it 40? It was something art style challenge a long time ago. And I think I had a lot of fun then. For some reason, mimicking someone else's art style puts less pressure on me to do good because there's an established, like, series of rules that I can follow. If that makes sense. So I respect it. It was gorgeous. Yeah! Actually, should the head be bigger? However, I don't think you'll be seeing too many commissions because commissions. Did you guys know that paying people to draw stuff is kind of expensive? I mean, as it should be for their labor, but and skill, and not to mention, you know, the time that they're giving you and consideration, but also it's expensive. So I might be taking like a bit of a break before ordering another Ujin. Honestly, I'm just giving him the classic anime mouth, cause that'll do. Me waiting for comps to come back and also not checking my bank account. Yeah. It's funny because I mentioned this briefly like on Twitter, like I expressed this in a post, but there's a weird kind of scariness and vulnerability of commissioning someone. I know, it should be the other way around because literally there's nothing expected of you per se. It's just kind of the pressure you put on getting your money's worth. And considering I've done commissions, I shouldn't be as nervous about ordering commissions as I am. But there's something about, you know, like your characters are very special to you, and especially since, you know, I already have drawn them, so I have ideas of what they look like and what they do. So you want to make sure that whatever they come up with will be great, but also, you know, I don't want to sound like an asshole and being like, if I would have drawn it, I would have done it this way, because then, like, holy. So it was trying to get something that made me satisfied, but also not sound like an entitled asshole. And luckily, the people I've been working with for commissions have all been very understanding. It's just kind of like my own brain doing that. I like supporting other artists, yeah. Absolutely, there's a pressure there. Yeah, I thank you. Because, you know, as someone who it feels like there shouldn't be, especially since I'm coming from an art background and not like a customer background, like I should actually be the perfect customer to communicate what I want, because I can literally, you know, I've been there. And yet. Drawing the shapes of the legs is really difficult, but there's also something very satisfying about it too. Maybe because it's something I struggled with for so long. The idea of getting to a point where I'm satisfied with it is nice. I fear of being too nagging, but I'm trying to make my experience as positive as possible. Yeah, I'm a paying customer. I deserve to have my vision realized. Yeah, I mean, on one hand, as someone who's been, you know, the artist in the commissioning process, it does suck when, you know, they have these kind of expectations for their character, and you don't want to let them down, and you're trying to communicate with them in every step of the process. So I'm the kind of person who likes to be sure, like double, triple, extra sure. So if I'm trying to get a pose done, I'm gonna sketch it, send it, and then move on to the lines and all that once I'm sure. There have been occasions where I got the approval, moved on to the lines, and then they changed their mind. And at that point, it's just kind of like that sucks, labor. But sometimes you kind of have to suck it up because the change they're requesting is not like too bad. So, you know. But yes, as long as you communicate well to the person drawing your commission, and you make it clear that you make your expectations and wants clear. I think that's communication is very important in the commission process. Like, you know, it's a classic post where they say, people who send me a sketch, even if it's like a shitty sketch of the character they want, it's still better than just a description. Like, because every little detail counts, you know? Welcome. Sorry. I'm thinking about that TikTok. I don't even know if I'm not like South or West Asian. I'm not in a position where I can be making that joke and laugh too loud, but you know, I can mention it and giggle a little bit, I think. Desert levels in games have I feel like an amazing track record. Like, literally their instrumentals go crazy, but there is kind of like a teensy weensy orientalist vibe to it that I think we should address. Welcome, traveler. All-timer. It's up there. It's one of those, like, TikTok introduced the concept of duetting, which is just hadn't existed before. Like, obviously response videos and whatever have existed, but specifically videos where you put them side by side as a reaction or a supplement, that's revolutionary. What's the token one-liner? Isn't it something that's like, God, I'm sweating more than fucking Kevin Spacey at Disney World or something? One of those. It's one of those, like, classic, it's funny because it's a child predator at a place for children. Ha 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 ha. Probably. That's how I remember it anyway. There's something so soul-crushing about saying it's perfect, but secretly in your heart there's a problem you should have mentioned, but it's too late. I get that. I get that. But if I could tell an artist I deeply look up to that, hey, this looks great, do you think you could darken the colors like a tiny bit? I hope it's not like asking too much, and then they do it, then like y'all can do whatever y'all want, like. Actually, maybe I should extend the head and neck a bit more. Like this much. Yeah, there we go. Sometimes I don't draw enough neck, sometimes I draw too much neck. How did I draw this rose? So I draw the rose in unique ways. This one I drew in a kind of a Y formation, which I understand. My name is Sang. I'm an artist. I draw characters, and I'm addicted to giving characters little ribbons or bows, either in their hair or tied on their outfit somewhere. It's bad. I am no better than a man or Vivzy Pop. At least, you know, at least they're different colors and they're different, you know, large aesthetics and fashion senses. You know, they're not all going to start rapping to electro swing or something. By the way, I'm only okay. Obligatory Vivzy Pop mention of the stream, and I swear I won't go too much into it or Hasman Hotel or anything. But I follow some people who are very much into that stuff, or into it enough to keep up on it. Oh my god, you're done with work, Shira! Yay, yippee, yay! So there was a merchandise line that was released for like Valentine's Day and aka other stuff. So one of the things that was released was quote unquote anti-Vivzy Pop merch. The gist of it was, man, Vivzy Pop sure is a controversial, loved but hated figure. Wouldn't it be funny if we made a shirt design that said anti-Vivzy Pop Club? Kind of like the anti-social club fashion thing that is now 10 years old and therefore too old. Or the shirt that has Vivzy doing the Family Guy death pose in a puddle of blood. Wouldn't you want that on a shirt? Buy this shirt. And I think there's one that I haven't seen on social media, but I've seen like a picture of it where it's like, I think it's like an arrow and the text says me if written by Vivzy Pop or something, which doesn't even make sense. So to answer your question, yes, I will take all of this in bad faith because I am a bad person. Secondly, Vipsy Pop reminds me in some ways of Taylor Swift. And I mean that in specifically, there are some people, some celebrities, some, famous people with power and prestige and influence that, get backlash in some way or another, whether it's warranted or not. Like, usually it's like sort of warranted at the very least. But their response to it goes, you know what? I'm gonna let the haters know that I'm not mad at them. In fact, I don't even care about them. They literally don't matter to me because the haters are just gonna hate. But the hypocrisy is that you're addressing the hate by, expressing how much the hate does not affect you. So the correct PR move here is to just ignore it, because, like, if you give it attention, you give it power, and also, either way, you're going to look like you're seething and malding and coping. But there are some people who are so, I would say the only way I could describe it is prideful, that their legitimate response to anything, any, negativity of, some group of criticism, hatred, whatever, is to be like, well, take that, haters. I'm not mad at all. In fact, I look at you and I laugh because you're not doing anything to hurt me. It's that specific attitude that I think is so strange, because it's one of the most, telling kinds of responses you can have to anything, whether it's, targeted harassment or not. I think that even if you were being unfairly harassed, having a response that is something like, I don't listen to the haters. In fact, I don't even acknowledge they're there. It's like, if you don't acknowledge it, then why are you acknowledging it right now? It is so strange. So yeah, that's my little Vivzy Pop diatribe finish. That's all I have to say. I understand that Hazbin Hotel has long been announced for a season 3, so I hope my favorite potential man finally gets their arc fulfilled and all that. It really grinds my gears. How can I tell my haters I don't care? I'm not on. You know that picture of the mask of the neutral guy, but the guy behind it is like. It looks like this, and this is the mask. I can only imagine that whenever I see stuff where they go I'm not owned, I'm not owned. It's like, come on. And I'm comfortable making fun of these kinds of people because usually they're grown-ass people who are also famous enough to have a PR team, and they should know how not to respond to things, or whether to respond at all. I don't know. Let me move the hair part a bit up for reference. Up here. I think the main reason why reactions like that I think are deeply counterintuitive is that if you guys aren't familiar, there is an internet culture that specifically makes fun of people who tend to, you know, give any sort of reaction like that in order to validate the basically the online bullying and harassment of people. So what a lol cow is, and I truly wish I was the kind of person who didn't know what it was, but an internet lol cow is, I believe, a term that originated from 4chan, but essentially they target these people who are online, and in some ways, you know, confidence, and they post things and they do things, and they're like, they found a community of some sort, and they highlight that person's, you know, like, it can be anything. It can be like their appearance, their identity, their skills, like whatever. But the formula for, you know, avoiding being a lol cow in this situation is literally just to continue as you are and not give them any attention or validation, because it kind of works like, you know, old-fashioned bullies, or in, you know, mythology, I suppose, in which if you just ignore them, they won't find you as fun to target because their existence means nothing to you. Meanwhile, the most, you know, and I'm not saying this is a good culture. I'm saying this as a culture that exists and in some ways is deeply, like, unfortunate that it does exist. Don't feed the trolls, exactly. Some of the most infamous lol cows are people who either went crashing and burning because they got backlash and doubled down, or, you know, just like something, just completely like reacted in the wrong way. It reminds me of when I remember someone on the server, like, this was like a while ago, like years ago, they were talking about how, like, you know, they drew something, and of course, because that something had people of color and different bodies and whatever, it got the attention of people who, like, made fun of it. And so my response, and I looked at the post because I was just, you know, seeing what the replies were, and the person was responding to each of the replies being like, well, shut up, you're stupid, and on one hand, I get it, it's your post, it must be satisfying to tell these people directly, like, you know, you don't get to talk to me like that, but on the other hand, yes, of course this would be stressful because, like, you are continuously engaging with them, you are forcing yourself to return to the poison. Like, just because you kick the puddle of poison doesn't mean it's not still gonna get on your shoe, you know? It's one of those things where truly attention is what feeds it, positive or negative or no. And I don't mean to victim blame in this circumstance. Like, obviously no one in this situation, like, harassment is not cool. But also, like, sometimes I see people respond to harassment in just the most, like, untrained way, if that makes sense. Like, they do it in a way where it's clear that they think that they're serving up an epic own, but in reality they're kind of they're adding fuel to the fire, if that makes sense. And I've seen situations where people say, hey, you know, these people are going to thrive off of what you say, stop engaging with them. And, you know, if they don't stop, that's kind of when you have to cut loose and abandon ship. But yeah, why did I start talking about this? Oh, we were talking about Vivzy Pop. Ah, yes. So the long and the short of what I'm trying to say is that regardless of if you receive waves of defamatory or mocking or valid criticism, the most mature and respectable thing to do is just to keep being, like, a creator and an artist, and, you know, surround yourself with healthy relationships and support, and, you know, just don't engage. Like, why do people keep engaging? It just makes them look so, it makes them look so, like, If you're a child and you engage, then I get that, and I can only have. I feel so bad because they don't know any better. But if you're a grown ass adult and you engage, and then you get like, then you get bewildered that the situation has escalated and gotten worse, and you're more stressed because you chose to continuously engage in it. I'm just like, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I love how Oswald is looking for it so far. Thank you. That's very kind of you. He's still kind of getting there for me, but I think it's mostly because I'm not used to drawing him, so. I love bird sounds as effects. I love Super Mario Galaxy and its excessive string orchestra soundtrack. Excessive string orchestra soundtrack is an oxymoron, by the way. There's never such thing as too much string orchestra. Did I get the name right? Oswald! Yes, that is correct! Yes, it is a very unconventional and old-fashioned name, but it's one of those, like, it makes sense for the character, you know? Like, for God's sake, I almost named a man Gilbert. It was bad, because I was like, man, fuck, there's not a lot of masculine G names that are appropriate for, like, a grown man. So, you know, I had to really reach in there. God forbid I'm naming a character Gilbert. Sorry to all the Gilberts out there, it's just a personal thing. Saying you are pretty good at when it comes to picking names. Oh, that's very nice of you. I like to think I'm okay at picking names. Like, I feel like when it comes to I've had this discussion before on how you pick character names. It has to do with meaning, it has to do with background, it has to do with vibe. And I feel like when it comes to the vibe, I'm very particular. Like, you know, one of the reasons why I chose Gabrielle as the name for her is because literally social association of girls named Gabrielle is very similar to the kind of person she is. Henceforth and so on. You know. Social association, as well as just personal and phonetic association, are very important when it comes to how I pick names. How are we feeling about the recent animation news? I am not familiar with what you are referring to, underscore. If you could, perhaps keep us. Oh my god, I forgot about this part. How could I? It's one of my favorite parts of the Anthem Musa duo. It's the if you don't know what it is, it's basically a golden accessory that is tied right here to the end of a flower, which is then tied to a ribbon. It's a bit elaborate, and I don't know how it would make sense in real physics, but it looks interesting and it's fun to draw. Also, the more things you get to depict floofing around, the better. Something like that. Oh, yes. I did see the Knights of Guinevere got greenlit, which, conspiracy theory time, I do believe was influenced by the posts online going, so what the fuck happened to the Knights of Guinevere? Which I do think it is, it's unfair for people to see a pilot, then months later go, well, that series is over, because, like, that's not how things work, you know. There are lots of things going on behind the scenes, the little contracts and stuff. So obviously, like, they can't say too much. But I'm glad that we have an answer for the status of the series. Happy for them. Oh yeah, Owl House graphic novel. What's funny is that the main thing I know about the Owl House graphic novel is that people are saying, brother, where the fuck is Gus? And also, why does Luz not have afro textured hair? That's his own discourse. I'm only commenting on it because it's come up. I'm not an Owl House person, so I can't weigh in on the intricacy of the series, nor am I someone of Afro-Latin descent. So, my take from a distance is that what I know is that Luz is based on a real-life person. I guess, like, kind of loosely. Anyway, so I don't know if the person is Afro-Latina. I know they're at least Latina, and so it's kind of revealed at a certain point that her past dad is like a black man, I think, because I think her mom is Latina, so that means the dad, that's where she got that part. And then people are going like, wait, I didn't know that about her because nothing about her design, like, indicates any, you know, blackness, which I think is a compelling discussion. Again, look at me. I can't weigh in a personal sense, but I think that, I think it's worth listening to from a lot of perspectives, because yes, there is an issue with cartoon characters having supposed something ethnic backgrounds, but those features just not being visible in the design, whether it's because, you know, those features would be like distracting or something, or unappealing or something. Like, that's an actual legitimate critique you can have about designs. Like, that's a thing that happens. Like, it was actually more so talked about in the early 2020s, in the late 2010s, I think. But that's a whole thing. Luz's dad is black, like full black and not mixed. Hold on. I'm gonna look this up real quick. Luz Noceda, Afro-Latina. Ooh, that rhymes. Okay. So, thanks. Oh, fuck you, AI overview. So the creative team has explicitly stated that Luz is Afro-Latina, which is, what Dana Terrace confirmed. I'm looking at articles about it. Let's see. She's the first queer protagonist. We know this. Okay. It was confirmed. Okay, Luz was created inspired by consultant and story artist Luz Batiste, who agreed to let Terrace use her name on the condition that she be Dominican American. Okay. So it doesn't explain that the person she's inspired by is Afro-Latina. It's that she's Dominican American. I think the implication here is that I know that. Let me see. I'm gonna go on the Owl House wiki for a hot second. So I think I know Luz's dad appears in like little picture. Dad. Actually, is he? He doesn't even look. I'm seeing pictures of him, and he doesn't seem. So this is a picture of the family in canon. So nothing. I think Manny is Latino. Okay, so So this is probably part of the problem, is because, like, as someone who was not in, personally invested in the show, I assumed, because I know the dad is, deceased and we don't see much of him, I assumed that that's where the Afro part came from. But if you look at it, it's not really. So it's kind of, it's an interesting decision for her to make that creative decision, because I don't know what Dana Terrace is thinking, but basically what you need to know is that she confirmed that, outside, it's one of those, like, outside of the show confirmations. They don't really explore it in the show, but she is Afro-Latina, and the response is where, which I think is kind of a valid response, because it's not very visible in her or her family, and it's not even, like, a visual thing, it's also just a cultural lack as well, which, again, these aren't things that are by default, like, signs of the big racism. It's just one of those things that makes you raise an eyebrow a little bit at what the intention is. It feels like one of those things where if they intended to have it from the beginning, it wouldn't make sense. It feels like something that they added somewhere along the way and never gave proper attention to, besides just the label itself. Which, can you call that representation? That's an interesting discussion all in itself. You know? So yeah, that's the whole thing. Amphibia creator going indie with a new goth horror. Yeah! To be adding Cartoon Network shows. Yeah! I've heard of this! But yeah, that particular discussion is not something I can weigh in on myself. I can just say that, from what I can understand, the critiques seem valid, especially since there's like, if you're going to say something that's like, this character is a representation win, and everyone else is like, if you did not say that outside of the canon, we wouldn't have known within the canon. And this is, I don't mean to make a comparison in any other way besides this. It's kind of feels like a J.K. Rowling moment, in that within the canon, you probably wouldn't be able to tell at all, but then they just kind of tacked it on as like a, don't think too hard about it, but like, isn't it so cool that this is a part of it? And, like, I don't know. Man, back in the day, when J.K. Rowling said, oh, by the way, Dumbledore, he's gay, we were all like, what? What? J.K., you bastard, you did it again! You woke queen! Wow. Wow, she had one in the chamber all along. We gave her so many flowers for so much shit. When in retrospect you look at it and you're like, man, get out of here. You know, it's like one of those classic. Well, clearly she revealed it afterwards because during writing she tried to do it, but she was suppressed by the publishers. In reality, it was just J.K. Rowling getting her woke points and a rousing wave of applause from people who care. I guess the afro came from the Dominican part. There's a lot of black people. I love how she went from straightening to let the natural. I did see that scene in the show that there's a little addressal of Luz's mom letting her natural hair go, which it's if you like the scene and that like helps you enjoy that, then good for you. I do like it's I'm kind of a sucker for scenes like that where it's about characters rejecting Eurocentric beauty standards and accepting things that are literally what they are, and just not trying to hide it and being free. I think that's a kind of trope that I feel like we can all have more of. I would love it if Koreans fucking got on board and made cartoons where little girls were like, the beauty standard over here is the double eyelid, skinny and all that. But you know what? I don't need all that to be pretty. I'm fine the way I am. But that would never happen in Korea because then the beauty industry would crash and explode. So, like whatever, the economy, I guess. Apparently there's some Korea versus South Asia just huge beef that is occurring on Twitter. I keep seeing bits and pieces of it. Obviously I don't follow it particularly much because I do not care, but it all stemmed from like someone insulting Korea and then a Korean person with deeply thin skin went and mocked, Southern Asian people with the classic, you have dark skin? Well, that makes you like a wild animal. That makes you ugly. Get owned. And then everyone else responded, fuck Korea. And obviously they're gonna say fuck Korea because you just rallied a bunch of countries together for the sole purpose of saying fuck Korea. And you know what? As a Korean, I will say fuck Korea because that kind of racism is not okay. And if you get blasted for that, get blasted, idiot. God, it's very, very tiring. If you're wondering what these patterns on the sleeves are, they're kind of like the patterns that Snow White has on her sleeves. I always associate it with Snow White because, the icon. So it just makes me think of like old like fairy tales, which makes sense because Yufan is one of his elements.
You know what's the evil, dark, twisted version of the thing that modern cartoons are doing, where they have like an arc where a character learns to accept their natural hair? The evil version of that are scenes in like 2000s cartoons where a character's hair suddenly gets like an afro texture because of humidity or some kind of hair treatment, and then everyone like hates their ass because afros are always a source of comedic relief, and then they run off crying. Like, what the fuck was up with that? Like, I feel like if I looked at it as a kid, I'd be like, I mean, I guess it's kind of funny, but like, they didn't choose to have, like, what? It's so mean. People are just like, some sense of humor back then is just really mean. I feel like you can also joke about, you know, how there are certain, like, very heavily textured hair. Like, I saw a video that was joking about how, you know, like, if you take your bonnet off and you go swimming, and then that textured hair just, you know, the shrinkage, which I think is, like, it was not only, like, funny, but it was also really informative on how, like, water and humidity would affect the length of the hair. And I feel like you could make jokes and highlight that in a way that is respectful. You know? Shout out to Phineas and Ferb for not doing that. Yeah, they did a... What was it? Isabella came from, like, a Jewish Mexican family? Yeah. Good for her, I guess. Shout out to Phineas and Ferb for doing that. The opposite of a shout out for actually letting Ferb get with Vanessa for some reason. Because I feel like they had a perfect situation where they could have done a Gravity Falls with Dipper and Wendy, but then they were like, wouldn't it be so funny if they got together though? Ha 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 ha. Don't think about it. Ha ha ha. Like, I'm sorry. They are not my goats for what they did with Ferb and Vanessa. That decision for them together really felt like it would be interesting and funny more than, you know, it would make sense for the characters or anything, as a matter of fact. Oh, I forgot Oswald has rings. I forgot whenever I give my character rings, because I am not a ring person in real life, so I don't particularly pay attention to those details. Hey, it's Valentine's Day. Let's talk about shipping. I feel like, you know, I've made my own posts about my favorite ship dynamics and all that. It's funnily enough still my most actively engaged with tweet on Twitter. Just people retweeting and quote tweeting with their own ship dynamic, which is honestly very heartening because it means that I still got it, you know. But also, I pretty much went through all the ships dynamics that I have any, you know, interest in exploring. So, well, at least any that are easy to convey in the format that I established. But I guess just like we can talk about shipping and just like particular dynamics and details that we like, because I will always enjoy discussions like that. because I am a Tumblr kid at heart. Let it be known. So yes, one of the things I see. Here's the thing: when it comes to someone like a kid having a crush on a teenager, there's a way to do that and handle it with grace. You know, again, Gravity Falls. They addressed it in the show and had the two characters deal with it very maturely and in a way that it should be addressed in real life as well. Just with the older one being more responsible and going, "Hey, like, listen, you know, I know how you might be feeling, but like this is inappropriate, and I just want to be friends." They kind of had that in Adventure Time too with Bubblegum and Finn, which thank God that also didn't happen. Holy, I don't know why Phineas and Ferb was like the only one of like a lot of the 2010 shows that came out with like the opposite of that. But I'm drawing Yaoi, they're like Grumpy Sunshine. Classic. I'm not gonna lie, that's a classic one. I feel like Grumpy as in like rage baited, and then the one who rage baits them. I'm so glad that rage bait has entered the cultural lexicon again, because it's a very useful term when it comes to certain things. But yes, rage baiter versus the rage baited is a dynamic that is very, very dear to me. Mostly because it leads to some very, very funny moments. And you guys know me. I am someone who values many things based off of their comedic potential. Like, if you give me something that I would normally not be into, but you make it, the way you execute it is, like, genuinely funny, then I'll be like, respect. Even if I don't get into it, I'll respect it a lot more. I think it's because comedy, it's unlike a horror and, you know, sexual stuff, in which it's actually really hard to execute and requires, like, good writing and timing and execution. So I respect it a lot when people are able to, you know, to execute it, basically. I admit that I'm also a sucker for a ship dynamic where it's like, breaking news, saying really likes the opposite attract dynamic, which a lot of, you know, my favorite things can boil down to. But specifically, I like when one character is like overly cautious and the other character like don't give a shit and they just leap headfirst into danger. Again, we're talking about comedy pairs. People who are like the straight man and the clown. Like, dude, freaking Bert and Ernie shit. They go hard. What can I say? It's also the first, like, Inhuman entity, the first person they meet. They have really great back and forth of understanding each other. Oh, interesting. I feel like there's a fine line, or not a fine line, but there's a way to do, like, entity who is not human learning about how humans work with the first human they meet, because there are too many examples of this being used to infantilize the non-human entity if they're a woman, and fulfill the born sexy yesterday dynamic, which is basically like
it's so like it's basically the idea that you are the first human that they've ever met, so their standards of romantic interest are so low because it's basically just you, and it's up to you to teach them things, and whatever your romantic experience was, it'll always be more than theirs and their inexperience. It can be weird. I'm not saying yours is weird. I'm saying that reminds me of a dynamic that can easily be problematic. Straight man and clown, but neither are straight. I mean, when we talk about straight man, we talk about straight, like talking straight. Of course we are. At no point in modern culture has the straight man been necessarily a straight individual, per se. At least in my heart, I guess. I'm not very into mainstream culture. I'm also just the kind of person that, maybe it's because it's been too long since I've been on Tumblr, the jokes that are like, ha, pansexual, ha, frying pan, or, oh, I don't know. I'm trying to think of examples, but it's been so long that, I don't know. When I think about the etymological meaning, is straight meaning heterosexuality because straight is about the straight and narrow, aka the conventional and the lawful, quote unquote. So straight is basically the etymological slang for normal. That's really interesting. Oh, I guess I could look it up. Heterosexual, straight, etymology. I spelled all three of those words wrong. Straight originated from early 20th century LGBT slang in the 1940s to describe them following the straight and narrow. See? Straight historically could have been like fucking pure or some shit. That's basically what it means. I think that's one of the reasons why I considered doing Chromosynth Valentine's cards, where like the characters are going, you know, Ace Attorney Twitter did that, like the official Ace Attorney like account did that, which I think is really fun. I love it when they do that. Give us food, yum yum yum. But when I think about like our characters, I say our as in like like we're all in this together, I guess. Like I feel like I don't know, I can't come up with anything clever. I'm gonna be honest also. When I see Valentine's cards, I also think maybe I don't mean this in a particularly mean way, I just feel like none of them are particularly like, I look at them and go, ooh, that was clever. They just all seem like recycling the same like concepts. Unless they're making esoteric references to things in the source media. Like Ace Attorney was decent for their little references. But if it's like, huh, it's a sneaky character, and they said, you stole my heart, and I'm like, alright, buddy, back of the line with you. Pearls was meta. Yeah. Personally, if I was in charge of the official Ace Attorney account, I would have made that exact same Pearl sprite, but instead it says the line that I said when I was Pearl, never divorce, never surrender, in all caps, because I think that also gets into the crux of who Pearl is.
Never do voice! Never do wonder! I miss doing the Pearl voice! I mean, she'll come back. I know she's in future games. Except she'll be like fucking, what? 18? And then how will I be voicing her? Hello, I am an 18-year-old woman. What the fuck? Yeah, I'll still be doing the voice. It's like, what else would she be? Like, maybe I'll have her, like, the tone be slightly more matured, but it's gonna be the exact same voice. Okay, time to draw the cape. So the easiest way to draw the cape, honestly, is because it's made out of, you know, circle parts. Actually, you know, it would be slightly smaller. Too bad, Oswald's animal isn't a flying squirrel. This would be pretty apt. There we go. Saying your sketch request. I mean, that's true. I thought I'd get done with my lines and then get to it. But fine. If you insist. I just spelled Valentine's as saltines, but with a V. Alright, there it goes. Stop yelling at me! I didn't forget this time! Listen, I am a forgetful person, but when it comes to sketch requests, I wait for a moment when I'm ready, okay? Trust in the process. Did you actually think I forgot, Ron? No! I'm losing them! I mean, yes, I agree that it has been a long time since I've, like, addressed the sketch request, but I was genuinely planning to get to it once I finished, you know, got to a comfortable place with the lines. But whatever. You forget song requests? Those are song requests, not sketch requests! That's different! Song requests I can fulfill immediately, so forgetting them is more noticeable because, it's kind of a time thing. With sketch requests, it's kind of there's a little more intention in the process. Basically, for the pose, I'm just drawing exactly the pose that the reference has, because I think it's a decent pose, even though it's just straight on. I just did some doodles. Low quality yaoi. Yaoi slop. But I mean slop in a good way. Sometimes slop means, you know, slop, defamatory, but sometimes slop can be good. Like, one of my favorite types of food is like this Korean rice chicken porridge. And in all, you know, terms of the word, it is slop because it's just kind of boiled things put together, but it tastes so freaking good. It's like gem, but it's slop, you know? It can be both. I will trust in your memory for the Sketchuka. It's fine. It's fine. In the future, y'all can go like, so when are you getting to the sketch request? Instead of going, you stupid idiot! You forgot! It's all good, honestly. But also, admittedly, I should have communicated that, you know, after this, I'll get to my sketch request, etc., etc. I did not address it in a bit, so I understand if it came off as I was just in the zone. The ship that's giving me brainworms is one from Kamen Rider. Ooh! It's so interesting when people in my server have interests that I know that my friend Ryan Phantom have, because our interests align in some ways and very much don't in other, and Kamen Rider is one of his big things. So I cannot engage with you on that subject much. All I know is that when it comes to Kamen Rider, those Japanese men be handsome. Like, what are they feeding them? Holy. So I'm not that surprised that you're mentioning a ship for that. I only did the Randy Year 6 for the reference. I know. I thought the reference was insinuating... I thought it was hammering in the point that I had forgotten. But whatever. Again, I am not hurt by this. It is fine. Is this playlist repeating? Yeah, we definitely epic yarned before. So, let's... Racing game jazz fusion. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm sure Kamen Rider has some sick sauce in it when it comes to the yaoi. Mostly because it's one of those, like, I almost said shonen. It's not shonen because it's not animated, first of all, so why would it be? But I associate it with, like, boys show, so that's why the word shonen came to mind. But I assume that a lot of seasons have the male protagonist and a sinister male rival character, and you know how that usually goes in Japanese media. And how it goes is that it's usually pretty interesting to see how they would, you know, how they would interact in other ways. I don't mean that as an innuendo, I mean that sincerely. As in, like, exploring their dynamic. I understand that I am the innuendo queen, and I can insinuate things all the time, but I can also just, like, accidentally say things. Because I am drawing, and sometimes the right terms do not come to me right away. A lot of times there's like an anti-hero or a rival who foils our main character, so there's a lot of ship fodder. Yeah, I fucking knew it. Yeah. See, the thing is with Japanese media, they love to give the characters a rival that is, you know, evil. I feel like in American media, it's usually like the bad guy is a super like adult or like a monster or someone who can't really be compared to the main hero, if that makes sense. Like there is fear in the unknown and the unknowable and the powerful, which is why the villains are, you know, much older or just truly different demographically from the protagonist. Meanwhile, I feel like in a lot of Japanese media, I don't know. I could be just talking out of my ass also, because there's a difference between rivals and villains. And I would say both cultures are similar in certain aspects. Again, I am drawing while talking, so not the most lucid right now. I like the way the little hair sticks up right here. I love it when hair stick up. Oh my god, I feel like racing right now. Crazy. In Kamen Rider, the Dunara is specifically good. He hates everyone, including the villains.
Oh, so he's like an I think an anti-hero, maybe? Or maybe just a super neutral party who just has no sides.
By hanging out with their main character, he rubs off on him.
Yeah, I think like rival and anti-hero can be very interchangeable in some ways. Kind of like I think Seto Kaiba in Yu-Gi-Oh is an example of an anti-hero in that yes, he kind of is antagonistic, but usually he's not the goal isn't to vanquish everything that he stands for. It's just kind of to knock him down a peg and then move on. You know? Oh my god, the saxophone! Go crazy! Okay. I think that might be good. Excuse my yapping. Oh, no, not at all, Shiori. I love it when people go on about something that I know nothing about. Because, you know, it's interesting to engage in something you're unfamiliar with. Because you can find ways to engage with it in a way to tie it into what you are familiar with. Like general things.
or other specific things. What is this genre of music called? Where it's like selection music. Where it's like, I feel like I'm selecting my cart. It's a little more relaxed than that, but it's kind of up there. It's like jazzy, it's simple, it's smooth. I feel like I'm going through the catalog right now. It's like an elevator and hold music as a kid. Kind of like, yeah, I would say so. Oh my god, elevator music. I miss that genre of music so much. I mean, it doesn't exist anymore because I guess we've lost culture. Like, culture has disappeared. But, like, I don't think I've ever gotten in an elevator that played music. Though, to be fair, I have never been in a position where I have gotten into a particularly fancy elevator. So these may be connected. Okay, so this is... what's his name? It's the cover of the... I'm just gonna call it The Light. For Morg. Okay, there we go. Hello. And oh, sorry. Oh, I forgot. Kamen Rider OS. For some reason, like my character Oswald, so I was like confused for a bit. So, and they fundamentally need each other because, okay, Kamen Rider functions. They argue a lot, and other characters joke that they like to break up and get back together, but they have a mutual respect. Alright, I see it. I understand it. Because that really is just, you know, anime rival sauce, is the idea that they argue and they don't get along at first, but in the grand scheme of things, they complete each other in a way, or at the very least, both of them are required to complete the big goal, and that's like, alright, you know, I know what you are. It's crazy how, culturally, them being romantically interested is such a not possibility that they're thinking of, that the relationship can reach depths that regular heterosexuality can only dream of reaching. That's my favorite phenomenon in Japanese media, or just like on any media from a, you know, I would say a very heterosexual society, which is most societies, if not all, is that the idea that the bond between two people of the same gender can go so much deeper because there isn't that underlying, like, romantic possibility in the creators' heads, so they're able to create so much depth to them to the point where they get confused that people are shipping them and not the characters who are together because it's a boy and a girl. So they're like, what? What do you mean? We didn't consider this. It's crazy. It also comes from misogyny because some creators don't know how to write women, and the only way they know how to write women is to make them the womanist. If that makes sense. Like, they exist to fulfill certain feminine roles and responsibilities and traits, and then are surprised when people are not particularly interested in those characters. I mean, sometimes characters have potential, of course, but holy. Accidentally gay. Yeah. Yeah, I can think of a lot of media that kind of happens in. And some media that it happens purposefully in. It's called queer baiting, and it happens sometimes. Especially in, I would say, a more modern era in which fandom is a very established thing, and so creators know to take advantage of, you know, stirring up a fervor by being like, ooh, they're like together, sort of, but not really. And really, like, you know, shaking the cat chow in front of the animals and all that. That's why, personally, I'm not a huge fan of media that are bait in that way, and that they clearly seek to profit off of the attention of people who like, you know, the same sex and all that, but have no intention to actually commit to anything interesting or anything concrete, because they don't want to alienate the audience that is just, like, deeply homophobic, also. So yeah. Basically, I never give credit to media who are absolute cowards about that kind of stuff. Because at least if you're, like, you know, for example, fucking, I don't know, like, I guess Kingdom Hearts in a way? Where it's like, yes, one of the kind of, or maybe even like Naruto, where, you know, Naruto and Sasuke have this quote-unquote brotherly bond. But in Kishimoto's like, why do people, like, why? Huh? I don't get it. Meanwhile, everyone else who worked on it was like, yeah. You know? I mean, I have my faults with Kishimoto for a number of reasons. But clearly that man was not intentionally trying to bait people. He just thought he was cooking with the regular, like, these guys, they really get each other. Which is really funny. He actually made, like, the anime's first yaoi gem. This man who, oh my god, there's so many, as much as I complain about Kishimoto, there is a lot of things that he does really well. The fact that he is an incredible artist is just one of them, and the fact that he clearly does not lust after teenage girls is another one of them. That's not something I can say for a lot of mangaka. That's all I can say. There are some mangaka who I feel like genuinely should not be allowed around teenage girls. Like, danger, potentially. Because the way they draw and treat them is just like, you clearly are one of those people who sees that 16 is the age of consent in Japan and just think that everything's just free reign at that point. Disgusted. Yeah, I remember being a little Tumblrite back in the day. Going back to the whole yaoi bait topic, by the way, where there were people in fandom going, like, I think this thing that frustrated me most about Fujoshis who really got into yaoi of characters who are clearly not intended to be anything. See, Clance shippers pissed me off in my Tumblr teenage years. Mostly because, number one, the ship is so bland that literally every iteration I see of it, it's like two completely different personalities from canon in the bodies of these characters, which tells me that the ship is trash because there is nothing intrinsically interesting about the basis of these characters, that you are trying to squeeze them into these square holes of different tropes because that's the best thing you can do with them. That tells me that that is a boring ass ship. I'm sorry. Secondly, the Voltron ship baiting, the queer baiting, is a whole other can of worms. Secondly, I just think that when people were saying shit, there's a point where when fandom gets really vocal and yaoi gets popular, that people on the outside looking in assume that this is canon, and then it's one thing to assume that, oh, I thought that they were, you know, actually gay in the show. That's weird. That's one thing. What annoyed me the most is people going, Voltron is so LGBT inclusive because assumptions they made based off of the fandom. That is what grinded my gears so much, because, like, the idea of giving credit to a show who is doing jack squat just really pissed me off. Because there are so many other shows that are actively fighting and trying and doing interesting shit. Meanwhile, you have to look to the most white bread stuff, have a fandom that is so intent on turning it into something that it's literally fooling other people to thinking that the show is doing something more important and revolutionary and impressive than it actually is. I get so mad when people give shows more credit for that kind of representation than they actually are, because it takes away so much from actual, you know, creators who have to go through so many hoops in the network to get anything shown. Oh my god. I think, like, just that idea of giving credit to a source media or a creator for making something like gay and therefore like cool and progressive, when in reality, like, best case scenario, like, you know, maybe unintended, but they support it and they're like, yeah, like, do whatever. Worst case scenario, they profit off of it and queerbait you. Also, second worst case scenario, they are literally like homophobic and they're like, no, I'm actually actively working to make sure that their rights are taken away. Oh my god. Pisses me off. Ugh. You can really tell that I grew up in the era of, like, a certain level of tokenism, where people would look at shows and be like, is this progressive? Like, is this diverse? Is this show... Like, we didn't have the word woke back then, and I honestly prefer to limit my usage of it, honestly, except for when it's really funny. But, like, there was the idea that there was, like, progressive points you can give to a show, and the more progressive it was, the more morally, you know, superior you were for liking and promoting it. And it's like, wow, well, your show is, like, whatever you like, does it even have any gay people in it? No? Well, learn to, like, open up your perspective a little bit, which is a whole other thing. If you want to know my thoughts on the whole gay shit gay shit is always gem, I'm like, I'm not gonna get into that. Sometimes gay shit is trash. Even if it's made by gay people, sometimes gay shit is not good. And I think I'm one of those people who, like, you know those jokes that, like, true feminism is giving women enough opportunities to make as many shitty movies as men have? Like, that's true equality. Instead of acting like there are a separate class of inherently superior people, like, they humanize them enough to acknowledge when they are poopy. I don't know. We did, but people outside the black community haven't found it yet. Are we talking about the gay representation? Man. Royal Wildfire, the vague post royalty. Man, the whole resurgence of the vague post king or whatever memes does piss me off a little bit because people do be vague posting, and like I didn't realize it made me mad until I saw the vague post king in the replies and go like, yeah, honestly, they are right. No one knows what the fuck you're talking about. Speak up. Oh, the word woke. Gotcha. Technically, it's going like way past the ankles, but Oswald is also holding it up a little bit, so gravitationally, it makes a little sense that it'd be. Sorry, wrong brush. It makes a little sense that it would be be lifted a bit higher. That's my excuse. I love being able to draw shapes in lieu of like actual physics-based things. It's my favorite. I love drawing shapes. My roommate just sent me a Discord message that just contains feminism and a fist emote. What did he mean by this? Question mark. Bro cooked. You know that original, like, people have made variants on it, but the original tweet was, women. Alright, that's enough activism for today. That's a classic tweet. Honestly, this has been a talking point before, but the originals for certain, memes are truly the funniest variant of them. Because what do you mean someone really went, like, I love woman, gotta be one of my favorite genders, and, like, posed like this, like, on a car, and, like, they kinda cooked, honestly. Deserved to become a meme, but, like, we had to step back and really appreciate the original. Okay, time to... actually... Let me see. Take away the sketch layer, specifically. Oh, I forgot to draw the little clothing. I should also definitely draw this lower, because if it isn't draped, like, super over his shoulders, it is gonna fall off. my god, that bass! Hell yeah. Reminder that because tomorrow is the day after Valentine's Day, if you guys are itching for some candy or chocolates, you might want to drop by a store because they might have some sick discounts post-holiday. Just a reminder, in case this applies to you. I have like a good amount of candy with me right now, so I'm fine. But, you know, just keeping an eye out for the homies. Oh, this reminds me of something. When I say this, I mean literally the thought that came to my head. I learned recently that I feel like a lot of this isn't specific to this culture, but the term is. So Ireland, the lovely people of Ireland. If you are Irish and you're watching, hello, I love you. They have this cultural phenomenon called notions. And if you're not familiar with it, don't worry, I'll run it through you step by step because I was not familiar with it, but I find it really interesting. So the concept of notions stems from the Irish being a, well, firstly, very Catholic country. So there's a religious aspect there. But there's also, you know, they are a colonized country. Or at the very least, you know, they went through shit. I don't know the exact history to claim exactly if they were colonized. They probably were. But they were under the rule of Britain, and, you know, they went through forced famines and shit. So their people have historically suffered and all that. So, with that context in mind, the concept of notions is this cultural, it's kind of social thing where it's the idea of, like, checking someone. In some ways, a point of comparison could be checking your privilege, which is not it's not one-to-one, but it's the idea of knowing your place and acknowledging that when you're getting too big for your britches, you could say. Like, for example, it's actually really funny because I was listening to a YouTuber talk about it. Because there are some things that, like, automatically garner notions, like, oh, you're wearing sunglasses now. You think you're too good for us, eh? Just trying on a new movie star look, huh? You know, it's that kind of attitude, and I find it extremely hilarious, and also deeply saddening because it's something that comes up culturally as a way of Irish people to humble each other, but more specifically to degrade one another because they are a culture of people who have suffered for so long that will sometimes result in people taking it out on their fellow countrymen, which includes, like, shaming them for certain things that are honestly pretty harmless. So there's a tragic element to that too, but you gotta admit, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny for people to look at someone and go like, oh, you let us know that your birthday's coming up. You know, having a day all to yourself and just up and telling us when it is, like, what do you want us to do with it, eh? Like, do you want us to throw a party? You want to throw a party because you're so special? I didn't know I could do an Irish accent. It's probably not that good, but it's the reason why I bring up the religious aspect is because I feel like notions are something that is in my culture as well. The idea of this mixture of Catholic, you know, put you in your place, humbleness, as well as, you know, crabs in a bucket, you know, don't get to know your place and all that. So it's just something interesting I find because I'm always notioning like myself. Like I think a lot of my social anxiety obviously has gotten better, but some of it has stemmed from the like, oh man, people are gonna look at me and just think like,
Oh, interesting. What an interesting decision you made. Really speaks poorly of your character, I think. Which is insane and deeply like paranoid, but there's something about it that I have to admit is kind of funny because inherently this kind of ruthless hostility for like seemingly no reason is kind of funny, admittedly. So anyway, I'm introducing y'all to the concept of notions because I finally have a word to put in mind whenever I like check myself, if that makes sense. Same shit happens in the black community. Yeah, it's the like I said, it's the crabs in a bucket mentality in which people in a cultural group are so used to fighting for scraps that when someone is, I would say, expressing or doing something that indicates a kind of confidentness and a lack of caution, then that comes off as like, oh, interesting. You think you're better than me, aren't you? You think you're... Oh, no. It was just the way you were saying it. It's just, oh, you think you know high and mighty now. You think you're too good for your people. Like you know, it's a fucking... It's like, I feel like my parents would react that way to me if I, like, bought... Like, I know there's some people who come from such old-fashioned families that their parents get the ick whenever they do something even remotely modern, like use DoorDash. Like, the idea of like, oh, too busy to drive yourself to a restaurant now. Oh, you just gotta settle for trust in someone giving you that cold food, huh? But no, can't drive myself. It's too hard. It's partly also kind of might be a generational thing as well, because it's kind of like people these days are so soft and they take things for granted and they don't understand that doing things the hard way is, again, a lot of these are like tied together, and I find it interesting because, again, I'm very, very fascinated by anthropological and cultural things and things that kind of bleed into each other. All this is to say that I'm glad that one of my Irish characters is someone who is incredibly judgy and a deep prick, because this is the perfect way that I can incorporate notions into Olivia, a person who works in the fast food industry. So she already has a reason to like treat everyone with disdain. But now I have a cultural reason to incorporate that like dislike for her fellow man. Again, no hate to the Irish. Y'all are beautiful. I just think it's also beautiful that you have overcome so much and have come up with a specific word to describe something that occurs within a lot of cultures and communities. Thank you for that. No, I did it on the same layer! Ah, whatever. It's not the end of the world. I can just erase it around. Done chipping away at words. Oh my gosh, hello, Safi! I hate the crabs in a bucket mentality. It shows how narrow-minded people are. Yeah, and unfortunately, the crabs in the bucket mentality is also... I feel like it's very American because it fundamentally stems from the idea that success is of a limited capacity, and if you work really hard, then, you know, it's about like the us versus them, my peers are my competition mentality. That also stems from the underdog mentality. The idea of like, if you work hard enough, you can be the special one who overcomes your circumstances and all that, which ultimately, again, pits people against each other and not into questioning like the systems that hold up these inequalities, or people who are like, you know, in power and up there. But y'all knew that. Hello, Safi! Hello! I love drawing Oswald's big fucking cape thing, as well as Rosalind's robe. It's just a very fun way of conveying volume through the droop of it, as well as the weight of it drooping. Also, Oswald's like top outfit is the sleeve area. I mean, is like boring as shit. So any excuse to cover it up with stuff is a good one. If I can't have it, neither can you. Sells very little. Yes, and specifically your wording of it, Savvy, reminds me of the generational variants of this. The idea of like, I had to take my licks, so you avoiding that in some way is something that hurts me. Posthumously? God, I never know how to pronounce that. Posthumously or whatever the fuck. I feel like it's pronounced in a same way. Like one word, posthumously. It's not posthumously or whatever. God. Posthumously. Y'all know what's up. It was hard for me growing up, so it should be hard for those who come after me. Like, on one hand, like, the animal, like, primitive feeling of seeing someone avoiding the struggles you had growing up, thereby affirming the reality that what you went through is not universal or necessary, it just happened, and the reaction being like anger. I get that. That is so human, deeply. But like, fundamentally, the people who are in these circumstances, specifically because like the time that they're growing up, like, what the fuck can they do about it? Like, they didn't do anything? Damn! Like, that's why I get confused when people, like, I know it's easy to make fun of iPad kids and, you know, people in the newer generation, like kids who are technologically addicted or dependent or something. And I'm specifically talking about like children, by the way. I'm not talking about like teenagers or young adults, because in that case you have enough autonomy over your actions. I can blame you. I'm talking about like iPad kids, because kids are like that because their parents made them that way. So when people are like, kids these days only look at their devices, well, who are the parents who gave them the devices, huh? How did that get there? That always pisses me off. Like, some things, yeah, you can attribute to a gap in generations, but other things, like, that is squarely the agency is on the older person, aka not the generation you are targeting at this moment. Like, if you want to make fun of fucking millennial parents for how they raise Gen Z kids, then I get that. There's some merit there, because there's some kind of, like, logic to, you know, there's a timeline you're establishing. But otherwise, it's just God. My brother in Christ, you made the sandwich! Yeah. Man, I haven't seen anyone use that subway meme in a while. I think it's officially dead and gone. Like the last time I think I've seen someone use that meme is for there was so much text on it, it just circled back to "you made the sandwich." Classic example of irony going through so many loops and variations. It just circles back to the source material. Posthumously. Thank you. I know now. Let me get mad at how younger people are all turning out and not acknowledge it was my teachings that caused it to be. Yeah. It's that classic Simpsons meme of Principal Seymour going, you know, am I the one who's out of touch? No, it's the kids who are wrong. Okay, looking good. I'm still need to... Yeah, this finger is not great. Let's work on that. The hands, I usually work on like near the end because they're very much a vibe case-by-case basis of if it looks good to me. So, you know. Oh, the context of why my roommate messaged me feminism is because I was talking about women making equally bad movies to men. Women can do anything. Yeah. This may be like level 1, you know, level 1 activism, but like if you just treat people as like on the same page and, you know, address their differences, but fundamentally, like, they should be treated the same, like, you know, I don't know. Again, this is just me, and I understand people who are like, people who still say words like het slop or whatever, or they express a sense of guilt for liking a male-female romantic relationship. I'm at an age where I'm like, who cares? Who cares? You are not a 16-year-old gay person on Tumblr measuring your wokeness through how progressive your ships are. Just enjoy it if you enjoy it. Oh my gosh. That really... I'm sorry I'm getting into a lot of what makes me angry this stream. Passion, you could say, is a matter of the heart. But, regardless. Yeah, it's just... I don't know. Again, I'm raging bisexual here. I am very much a proponent of incorporating an even amount of, when I say straight, I mean male-female, so like straight ships and, gay ships, because I think that sounds about right. Same with, you know, being 50-50 on gender as well. But, and I'm not gonna act like gay people who make heterophobia jokes are like, man, they're really dividing us. I'm not gonna act like that. They're not causing catastrophic societal damage with their jokes. But and I'm not gonna be the kind of person who you can link the Tumblr meme of whenever you're online too much, you end up in spaces where the marginalized have so much voices, you think that the thing that's countercultural is the norm. Like, let men be masculine. I'm not gonna be the person who's like, guys, let people ship women and men together. Listen, I know, if it sounds like that, I apologize. I truly don't mean it to be like that. I just think that, like, it shouldn't matter that much. If you like one more than another, go crazy. But why does it have to turn into some kind of, like, indicator of inherent quality or lack thereof? I don't know, man.
You know what I'd like? I like it when people address the fact that a lot of gay ships are honestly popular because they're between two white people. And a lot of heterosexual ships are unpopular because they feature at least one person of color. So calling something, you know, heterosexual and bad is actually in some ways you are losing the woke point war in some ways. You know. I'm not gonna act like I'm not gonna act like these niche communities where people make fun of straight ships is gonna do considerable damage to people, but I know there are going to be people online, especially younger people, who feel like I don't know. Like, just be nice. Like, why? Like, just be nice. I don't know. Let's be nice. That's what it boils down to. Oh, thank you, Shiori. Thank you, everyone. Sometimes I feel like I'm the most like I'm the most middle of the road, you know, artist streamer when it comes to this kind of stuff because I'm not, again, I'm like bisexual and I like explore a lot of both sides dynamics when it comes to identity. So I know that compared to people who like really get into the thick of one specific, like, you know, gay relationships or lesbian relationships or whatever, like I may sound wishy-washy, but I don't know. If people were just nice to each other, it really gets to a point where the best way I can articulate my point is just I wish people were nicer to each other, because it's not that what you're doing is, you know, I'm gonna compare it to a level of a real societal harm. It's just it bothers me because you could be nicer about it, you know? Someone could like this and it's not their fault for liking it, and they, you know, I don't know. Again, maybe I'm just a sensitive soul. Oh, I forgot the ribbon parts on this one. Of course, how could I forget? The more ribbon parts, the more things can wave in the wind. This is deeply important for character design. Like, even when I make arguments about ships I don't like or some things, there's always I feel like whenever I make any point, I always make an effort to be like, okay, so I understand and I'm not saying this, and I always put some kind of disclaimer so someone listening in won't assume that I am trying to make them feel like they're lesser. Like, I'm trying to like argue a point that is somewhat subjective but still has some merit in my opinion. Like, you know, maybe I'm just not the kind of person who, again, elaborates too much. That's just kind of the side effect of growing up online, is that you could very, very easily be misconstrued by someone. Therefore, everything I post online had to be carefully, like, reviewed before it was posted, just in case someone misunderstood it. And that kind of goes for the same as, like, how I talk about things, where, like, I try to address, different sides, and I don't know. I'm not acting like, I hope it doesn't come off as like I'm I am the pinnacle of morality. Please listen and learn from how I am doing things. It's just like, it's not that hard, guys. I come from a very polite, early kind of like internet culture in which, like, you know, you make sure that you are kind to people and you make your intentions clear, and even if you say a message, you try to word it in a way that's like as nice. I don't know. I try to be nice. I think about this stuff. I think it's just a matter of etiquette. I think that's the term I've been looking for. It's just like people just don't have etiquette. Again, if this is someone just like on their own blog or whatever and they're just saying shit, whatever. They're not like hurting anyone because they're kind of keeping it to themselves. But if they are like actively engaging with a wider fandom and, you know, clearly trying to draw in other people, it's just like, oh man. Heuristics are not goals. Ew, interesting. Bury your gays being a thing does not mean we're not allowed to kill gay people. Yeah, you know, media literacy sure is a thing. Like, I know that term gets thrown around a lot, media literacy, but it is something that you should know and be aware of. It's kind of like the idea of, like, stereotypes. Like, I know there are people who are afraid of depicting certain groups because they are afraid of playing into certain stereotypes. And on one hand, I like, kind of get it. If it's a group that you truly don't need to include, like, fucking, I don't know. I can't imagine. Like, if you have a story that is just very, like, localized, then it wouldn't even need to come up. But if there are classic Twitter thing that happens is when people are like, I'm scared of drawing darker skinned people because I might mess up. And some comments are very sweet by saying that, no, it's okay, you got it. But on the other hand, I wish I could tell them, like, bro, grow a spine. I mean, in that case, I can be a little mean, admittedly. If it's a person that I know who is, you know, genuinely trying, then I can give them some grace. But if someone is posting, but clearly trying to make themselves be like, I'm scared. Guys, I'm scared. I'm like, what are you scared of? You're just seeking, like, sympathy and acceptance. Just do it. How to get away with a stereotype, how other characters that aren't stereotypes. I do agree that this applies to things that are soft stereotypes, like a classic one. I will say this as a member of the group. The Asian studious nerd. That is a stereotype that comes from culture, because a lot of Asian cultures prioritize studying, education, etc. So it is very realistic to have an Asian character who is like that, but if they are your only Asian character, and, like, it's one of those things where they're the only one in that demographic, and also they're the only one of that personality, aka that, you know, that character type, that combination of, like, there are no other examples to draw from when it comes to that type of person and that group of people, then you are just honing in on a racial stereotype, which is not good. But if you have, like, multiple people who are, like, brainy and studious, and you have a bunch of different Asians who are very strong personalities besides that, yes, you are definitely mitigating that particular stereotype. Though I will say, some stereotypes are bad enough that including characters of different kinds or is not good enough to offset that. Not their entire arc or personality. I bet I would say that's true. I mean, an exception to that, Safi is
genuinely, if it's a story written by an Asian person who is clearly writing from experience and like, because yes, I believe that there are certain stereotypes that, you know, from the outside looking in are extremely reductive, and yes, they are if that's all they are, but you can lean into certain stereotypes if you come at it from a deeply personal and empathetic way. But I do agree, Safi. Like, if you are not Asian and you write an Asian character, or heavens forbid, you make a character who is like really like, oh my god, I care about my family and bringing honor to my family. Oh my god, honor. I'm only referring to Mulan a little bit. I like Mulan a lot. But I'm referring to other Asian characters who are like, they are defined by very specific stereotypes and clearly don't have much depth beyond that. But sneak in East Asian into this topic. Southeast Asian characters, darker skinned ones, get a lot of dumb, uneducated allocations. Oh, interesting. I would say yes. Sometimes the complete absence of an aspect of culture, which is perceived as stereotype, can be more conspicuous. I understand where you're coming from, underscore, and I definitely agree. Like, you know how, this is such an interesting phenomenon, because obviously there's a bad stereotype of black men, of them being, you know, aggressive, and, you know, a lot of stereotypes exist to demean groups and portray them as literally biologically lower. So like, either making them seem like aliens or primitive or animals. Like, a lot of that is just very gross. And so what a lot of media did in the 90s and 2000s especially, they tried to flip it around when they include black characters in their shows and stuff, by making that black character a nerd, basically trying to make them a harmless black male character, because he doesn't have a violent bone in his body. All he wants, he got his big glasses. Like, he's harmless, guys. Like, you know, and in some ways there's a way to do that well, but it's interesting that so many shows went that safe, quote-unquote, route of depicting a black character, because it just by taking the, you know, that negative stereotype out of the question entirely and turning them into someone who is capable but still kind of like very demure and like nerdy, and they inadvertently created a whole different stereotype, which is the black nerd stereotype, which obviously I'm not saying that having a black character who's a nerd is a negative stereotype in itself. I'm just saying, in a media phenomenon way, that stereotype came out as a result of an active effort to counteract another stereotype. The lesson of the story is that leaning into a stereotype because you think that's all they are, obviously bad. Avoiding that stereotype by, you know, trying to do the exact opposite while still not engaging with the culture or trying to make, you know, an actual three-dimensional character, still bad. Like, either way, you are still making a character who exists to fill kind of a tokenized role, and clearly, like, you are, like, tiptoeing around certain aspects because of that fear of, like, I want them to be a progressive kind of character, so I'm gonna make sure that they are the most harmless type of character at all. But like, in some ways, that doesn't make them interesting or as dimensional as other characters. So it's kind of a dance that you have to play, you know? Oh, hates being called wholesome for that specific reason because to him it's really loaded. Yeah, I think it's the notion that because that stereotype and expectation of the black man and the aggressiveness is so ingrained in culture, the idea that you aren't that, like, because you're like a person, like a decent human person, which most people are, it's the same vibe as like telling someone like, wow, you're so educated. You know, you speak English really well. I'm sorry if I triggered anyone by saying that to the camera. People have said that to me. Listen, this is a double-edged sword that I'm stabbing all of us with. But it's that same kind of intended to be praised, but it is rooted in passive aggressiveness because it's praising your defiance of expectations of the stereotypes, when in reality the stereotypes shouldn't be acknowledged at all. That is the problem. Yeah. He got backlash for saying that? Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I can sort of imagine that. Saying, how would you feel if I told you your Karen voice is like absolutely spot on? Well, it does help that I grew up in a very... I mean, there was a good number of immigrants, but I would say my regular tone of voice is very suburban, if that makes sense. It always shocks me, the idea that I could have an accent and I don't even realize, because obviously you don't perceive your own accent. And so I feel like my accent is very East Coast, millennial Gen Z, if that makes sense. So in that way, that lends to a lot of like... I like that you straightened your hair today. It looks so professional. Sorry, again, it's... I'm trying to think of Karen shit to say, but I'm adding toxic fumes to air, to perfectly healthy air. If you can have me say something that is somewhat benign as a Karen voice, let me know. Because otherwise I'm just adding negativity where there doesn't need to be, and giving people PTSD reactions. I'm also decent at doing a passive-aggressive voice because I grew up, again, in the suburbs, where there were a lot of white Democrats who claimed to be progressive, but in reality, they were a lot more comfortable, you know, staying with what they know than actually radically changing any of their beliefs. So, you could say I've been there. Fortunately, I have not had to deal with a particularly egregious Karen, but, you know. Funnily enough, I had some people ask me at the Galentine's event today, ask me where I'm from, and I know that they would not have asked me that if I did not look a certain way. I mean, to be fair, the people who asked me that were very nice, and they were also not white, so I don't think it came from a malicious place. But one of them actually did have the gall to say, I'm sorry to ask, but where are your parents from? Which really cut to the core of, like, I need to know your ethnicity right now. And luckily, I was able to avoid specifying by saying that my parents are in Kansas, which always disappoints them. I love it when people ask me where I'm from, expecting to get someplace that is just like, wow, that's far away because you came here. You weren't from here. You came from there. And I love giving them an answer that's like a state in America, because that doesn't fulfill their expectation of like... I've always believed this, is that a lot of, again, stereotypes hinge from the dehumanization of people, whether it's like, you know, an animal variant or not. What I have experienced as an East Asian person is not the primitive nature, even though that could definitely exist, but specifically the stereotype genre of treating those people as if they are aliens, as if non-human, but like so foreign. And it's like, I'm not gonna power scale racism, But I will say that obviously being treated like an animal or like a dirty subhuman is it's going to tend to be worse than being treated like an alien, and yes, it does have to do with skin color. But I will say, as someone who has noticed this alien comparison, it truly is the idea of looking at someone and going like, this culture is something that they do not belong in. Like, it's not though, like, this person is part of the working class, which comes from the skin color connection. It's this person is here, like, temporarily or recently, or it's that foreignness that made me think of, like, the stereotype as making them think of as aliens, because yeah, that's how I've always viewed it. Which is why whenever people ask me where I'm from, I do the most disrespectful thing and emphasize how I've lived most of my life here in America. And I may not look like you're, you know... Oh my god, is that Birdly? Sorry. I may not look like the typical white guy, red-blooded American, but golly gee, if I want to tell you where I'm from, I'll tell you. See, that's the crazy thing. Like, if you ask me, like, you know, how long have you lived in Maryland? Or like, hey, where do you live? Like, what county? Just so we could talk about cities and stuff. That's one thing. And maybe we can work up to, like, my backstory. But, like, you don't gotta ask me that off the bat, like, where I'm from. Like, imagine if someone asked me that, and I was like, oh my gosh, I got off the boat, like, yesterday. It was really, oh, I'm so glad it's getting warmer. It was so cold on the ocean. Could you imagine if I said that? Brother, oh, I wish I had someone with the audacity, like, approaches me at a party, like, does that, and I just go off. Oh my god, I can't emphasize enough. Just, again, these are, I'm not gonna act like these are as bad as just, like, truly heinous, like, racial, like, attacks or anything. These are microaggressions, I will address that. In the grand scheme of racial power scaling, this is, soft shit. However, I think I can pull out my ethnic card to complain a little bit now and then about my experiences as a Korean in America. Just a little bit, I think. You know, I acknowledge my privilege in some aspects, but I feel like I have room to complain a little bit. Hello, Eldritch. You should do that one day. Oh my god. Like, the way that, I think I actually asked them back. I feel like... the where are you from question has happened so many times in my life that I feel like there must have been at least one chance where I just said fuck it and then asked them where they were from. But when I think about it, culturally, it's so hard to break the mood of, you know, polite conversation that we can say this now, but in the moment, being the person who starts making things uncomfortable is, like, it takes some effort and unlearning of assimilative, you know, tactics. So, good lord. Anyway. Hey, bestie. Okay, so actually, we can go ahead and... So the... Oh no, I scrolled away from my reference. Oh no, I have to look for it again. Okay, there it is. Okay, so for context, by the way, the reference I'm using is this one. It's very cute. It has all these hearts. That's the reference. I know that's why I have yet to do the same. I feel like my way of fighting back is that answering in any way besides, you know, a foreign country way. That's my way of rebelling, because because if they really want to play the game, then they're gonna have to ask me like, what race are you? Like, if they want that, they're gonna have to earn it, you know? Oh my god, I don't know about you, but sometimes I love playing dumb when people are like trying to be polite, but like they want to know something, but they're trying to ask it in the most roundabout way, and then you play dumb and force them to address how inappropriate their question actually is. Oh, I love it. I love making people uncomfortable. As long as it gets them to, you know, have some self-reflection on what the hell they're saying, I'm fine with making a bitch a little uncomfortable. I think the main reason why I didn't talk back to the "where are you from" this time around is because no one I guess the best way to say it is that there were like 2 white girls at the Galentine's Day. It was a very majority African American situation, and so I tend to be a little more patient when the microaggressions come from a person of color, because I understand, we've all been there. I'm a little more like, how dare you, when it comes from a white person. That's where my biases lie. Oh yeah, my people. And unfortunately, Royal, as someone who lives in Maryland, Maryland is, if there's one thing I could say positive about Maryland, is that one thing it has over Pennsylvania is that it is a consistently blue state, which fucking rules. Pennsylvania has betrayed me famously in the 2016 election, so even though my heart is in Pennsylvania, it has severed my trust at one point. But there aren't a ton of Asian people in Maryland, and also there's a lot of African American people. So statistically, if I am to experience an Asian specific microaggression, it's gonna come from who you think, is what I'm trying to say. And I'm not trying to make a statement. I'm just saying that, like, literally statistically, when we talk about population, it's going to be one kind of person more than another. Like, I think nearly, like, I'm not saying that it's never happened from a white person. Believe me, it's been like pretty bad when it's happened with me, like at college or whatever. But all I'm saying is that my experiences in Maryland, especially when it comes to library interactions with people that have the extra layer of them being a man who clearly wants something from me, yeah. What I'm trying to say is that as much as I appreciate the support in these situations that I'd say, like, for storytelling, you aren't going to get the answer you like when you say something like, I bet it was a white person. Oh, those white people. Because you're forcing me to say, actually, about that. And again, like, obviously, no one is exempt from being an asshole or doing some ignorant shit. I'm just saying, understand where I'm coming from. I don't mean to single any group out. It's just, I understand mathematically this is just how it works out. If I lived in actually, I live in a pretty Hispanic area too. So again, proportionally. Like, either way, if there is a really low number of Asians, there is going to be, like, people microaggressing against me for the sheer reason of I do not look like most of them, which is an unfortunate inevitability of life, I guess. But, yeah. Texas might be flipping blue for midterms? Oh, man. Is Houston the blue city? A little blue city in a sea of red? Good for them. You're fine, call them on the bullshit, yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, like it's not just me. It's there's something funny in media where this happens sometimes where like there's a white activist who is acting super progressive, and then they like someone they're criticizing is a person of color, and they're like, wait, but I don't mean like that isn't to say that like, and they start walking on eggshells. For some reason I find that really funny, and I try not to be that person. But there's also a level in which, you know. When you're someone like me, after a certain point, there is some kinds of like life's injustices that are a little comedic, and some of it does include a splash of racism, but not in an edgy way, just in a at the expense of the person doing the racism. That is what is funny. My fully Cambodian mom is obsessed with knowing where people are from. Bro, there is something like old-fashioned about needing to categorize people in your head, specifically of their ethnicity, because like obviously you don't think about it too much anymore because you shouldn't, but it's the idea of, okay, if someone is of this group, I have these expectations and stereotypes and things to, you know, reach into my mind shelf of. So like, okay, that person is of that background, that person is this group, and in a way for yourself to compartmentalize them, you are putting them in boxes, which is why it's exactly not the thing you should do. But yeah, it is definitely an older generational trend to like figure out where non-white people are from, or even white people who are like vaguely like not the most conventional kind of white people. Like, fuck, if you look at Italian enough, people will look at you and be like, what the fuck? Crazy. I want to crawl into the earth every time she asks someone and I'm next to her. Oh, yeah. Okay, here's the question though, Safi. Does she only ask people who are very obviously non-white, or does she ask everyone? If she asks everyone, I can sort of excuse it, because it's just a matter of like, okay, it's truly equal opportunity compartmentalization. Maybe there's something there. My mom with people's assigned gender at birth. Oh fuck, that's another thing. Like, you don't think about it because it's so ingrained in society. I would argue more so than race. Gender is such an ingrained like category of person that like the idea of not knowing someone's gender for some people is like what? What do you mean? What? Like, something that I have tried to aspire to do, like, ever since I was a teenager, is to just stop assigning importance to gender, period, when it comes to people. And, like, you would be surprised at how much gender matters in people's perception of others. Like, I like, remind myself of that every now and then, because I'm so woke, but, actually because, like, you know, people fall into stereotypes and expectations and performativity, and oh god. That's why I regularly refer to myself with masculine terms and don't correct anyone if they refer to me as a woman. I really just truly keep them on their toes. I'm doing it for people of the non-usual genders by being a little gender silly. Only POC I've been keeping track. Oh lord. Lord almighty. Safi, if it's any consolation, I'm pretty sure my mom would do the exact same thing. I just haven't been with her in situations in which she would meet new people who are not, you know, Korean or white or whatever, and she would ask them. I think the only difference between your mom and my mom in this social situation is that I have not borne witness to it personally. If that brings you any kind of comfort, I'm saying that fully honestly. God, like, and going back to the gender thing, like, we were watching Squid Game, and if you guys don't know, there's a Squid Game character who is a trans woman. You know she is a trans woman because she, is a very, I would say, the only indication, in appearance, she looks very traditionally masculine. The only indication that she is feminine is that she literally says, like, you know, refer to me as a woman with woman names, and she styles her hair, and she is cunty, and she slay. But it's clear in the text that she, like, you know, she is trans, and, you know, she hasn't medically transitioned, you know, that there's that whole thing. But other characters go through their own little, like, oh, you know, I don't really see you as that, but then eventually they're like, you know, like, yeah, you are a woman, and all that. Which is not the, you know, in the woke Olympics, it's not gold medal, but for a Korean show, making the Korean trans woman a fucking badass who, at the very least, does not suffer at the hands of other people or the story because of her transness is a victory, I would say. Hyunju, oh my gosh. And so it's one of those things where I watch Squid Game with my parents. It's like a weird tradition in which every time a season comes out, they don't have Netflix. So I would fly home for Christmas and be like, I found a way to watch it. Let's watch it. And so that's literally how we watched every season. Is that they hear people talk about it. They don't have Netflix, so they just never watch it. But then I come over and I'm like, I can find it for you. And then we watch it. But when we were talking about the second season in which Hyunju comes, and every now and then my mom would refer to her with, you know, as a man, I would correct her and say, like, you know, no, like, she says, you know, in text that she's a woman. And my mom didn't fight it too much. It was just kind of one of those things where she's not like, oh, she's more like, okay. And then the conversation kind of ends. And then we were in season 3, and, you know, the character appears there too. My mom would still refer to her with masculine stuff, and I would still correct her. And it's one of those things where, in her mind, as long as that character looks like that, there is no way that she would ever acknowledge that person as feminine. And it sucks, and I know that, but, like, the best I could do is just correct her every time, because, like, imagine being less progressive than fucking Squid Game. Call out post for Sang Sangold's mom. Get her ass! Squid Game is kind of like Gangnam Style to me in that because of its popularity outside of, you know, Korea, it's become kind of like a spectacle and mocked in some ways, but I genuinely still stand by the quality of what it is, as well as how cool it is on how Korean it is. People had thoughts on the third season. I'm not gonna go into it because of the spoilers. The last season. I didn't really know the big deal, but apparently people were saying that Netflix had a pattern of ruining the shows that they hosted, so I'm like, okay, this one might be bigger than I thought, but yeah, your fave is problematic. My mom. Really wants me to marry a dude and give birth to her lovely grandchildren. Bullet point 2, really wanted me to wear dresses as a kid, even though I was totally a tomboy and wanted to wear pants. Bullet point 3 keeps misgendering my friend, Squid Game lady, and so thus is less woke than Squid Game. Number 4. Yeah, people just don't like it when the show ends on a negative note. I mean, I think there's a little more nuance to that. I think that your point, you do have a point, Eldridge, that there can be a more loud reaction when a show ends in a unsatisfying way, quote unquote. But I don't know. I feel like we can have a discussion without saying people are X, Y, and Z, you know? People are all sorts of things. That's the beauty of human life. I should really finish this. Like, this should be done by tonight. So let me hurry the F up. What was the point of the whole show other than despair slop? I mean... See, this is a whole different discussion we're having, because a lot of people are also making similar arguments on Digital Circus by saying that, like, it wouldn't make sense for the show to have everyone be, like, abstracting or whatever, because that would make it sound like there's no happy ending, so it's like the moral is like, what's the moral? I'm just like, I don't know, just rather than worrying about if the moral is good, what about if the writing is good? Have we considered that? Like, if it executes it really well, then who cares? Like, if something ends sad and fucked up, sometimes can be really freaking cool because it's a social commentary, or it fucks with your mind, or it's actually really appropriate for the logic and characters that it set up. And if something ends happily, that could be cool too. But sometimes if it ends happily and it sucks, that can be worse, bro. Like, I would hate it for something I enjoy to get a happy ending, specifically because the creators felt compelled that the ending had to be happy, and they prioritized that over actually making the happy ending good or make sense. Alright, let's color this bad boy in. Oh, shoot, let me get that hand. I did not watch season 3 and I don't feel inclined to. I'm gonna be so for real. If you watch seasons 1 and 2, season 3 is not bad. As someone who will call herself a Squid Game fan and will admit that a lot of the appeal of Squid Game for me is seeing how creative the games are and how fucked up and horrific, like, a social commentary they can make. Like, and the spectacle of it all. I think season 3 is genuinely worth a watch. I do not think that however you feel about the ending, I think the general experience is worth it if you've watched the first 2. No pressure though. Like, you can go the rest of your life without finishing. That's fine. I'm just saying, if you need, like, someone to recommend it in order for you to make that push, like, let me be that person. Because the 3rd season wasn't like a drop in quality that'll make all the other seasons feel worse in comparison. Like, it's not bad. Like, Unk still got it. Alright, that should be it for most of the lines. there is a vocal minority of people who shit on things because they lack media literacy. Well, that's kind of a... I mean, that's objectively true, but I feel like that's kind of a straw man discussion because yes, we can very much have a discussion in which these people are wrong because they're stupid. Okay, but like, how does this contribute to our conversation? Prevalent in apocalyptic media where bad things happen for no reason, torture, trauma porn essentially. Yeah, I understand that. Like, horror is the epitome of, you know, whatever is happening. It's inevitably going to be, like, bad and hard to watch. But, you know, there are good and bad ways to execute on that, of course. I guess specifically trauma porn is a interesting discussion to have because it requires a level of exploitation, whether it is on the spectacle, like the visual spectacle of torturing the character, or the emotional, like, torture of putting characters continuously through traumatic and stressful events. I just said I was gonna start coloring. Alright, lock in sync. I'm at my grandma's house. Sorry. So it's sort of like Mom Squared. Dude, the generations. Honestly, whenever I think about my, you know, my traveling experience in America and the fact that I've been hopping from state to state when it comes to, like, my residency, it's honestly really funny in retrospect because whenever I tell people that I recently moved to Maryland, their first thought was like, oh, where did you come from? And they're like, yes, tell me, foreigner, from which fertile land have you once upon you came? And I tell them, well, like, I grew up in Pennsylvania, and they're like, rats. So basically, I'm setting them up for failure, which is kind of epic when you really think about it. My mom has not been communicative after an argument, so it's been mom times 0 equals 0. Aw. I appreciate the joke, Savvy. I understand. I have to draw the other ring!
I don't know if I mentioned this on stream. I'm just gonna dip my toe back into the Asian American well for just one more anecdote. But I work with a very, very, very wonderful older Chinese woman who's been in the library system for a while. Wonderful. She has a very strong accent and she can be a little bit like socially oblivious. So I'm very much the first one to defend her whenever other people, you know, are a little bit rude about that because I'm like, fuck it, it's her second language. Chinese is hard. Anyway, like, at one point I was on desk with her, and someone did the classic "where are you from" move, and I dealt with the situation, and then returned, and asked her if anyone had, you know, if she had that happen to her, and she said that, you know, she's a very cheery person, so a lot of what she says is, like, you know, said with a smile and all that. But she basically said that, you know, I've been working for so long, you know, I'm used to it, ha ha ha. And I'm like, you shouldn't be used to it. Ah. I don't know. I got like sentimental. I didn't like actually start crying, but I was like, my heart broke because I know that when you're in an older generation, you gotta assimilate. You know, like how a drag race, you gotta dance for your life? You gotta assimilate for your life. I don't know why my first point of comparison was drag race, but there it is. And so, like, I understand what she had to do to survive, but on the other hand, I'm like, girl, no! Oh. And so, I've been her strongest ally, even though she can be a little socially oblivious sometimes. What's the Spark Notes on that question? Oh, the where are you from? The Spark Notes is basically, it happens to you if you look foreign, aka non-white, but specifically for me, East Asian, and I have had experiences with it. That's kind of all you need to know. Everything else is kind of, I feel like you can glean from context clues. See, it's not just the assumption that you're an immigrant, though that is part of it, Eldritch. It's specifically the assumption that because that is correct, I am an immigrant. And if someone asked me, you know, if someone had the mental assumption that, she was not born here, that is sort of offensive in itself, but if it's not a wrong thought, it's specifically, it's not the fact of you are an immigrant. It's specifically the mentality of you are not part of the group that is already here. Like, part of it, as in, like, not literally, but, like, socially. Like, you are foreign. You have come from a great distance. It's that insinuation. Like, my foreignness is an intrinsic part of my identity. Which is, like, first of all, buy me dinner first, if you're gonna ask such personal questions. Secondly, my god. People can ask, like, things like, what do you do in your free time? And then I can get into an awkward conversation about how I draw shit, but still better than that. See, here's the thing. I see Asian people, I also assume they're immigrants. You know why? Because statistically, good chance that that's happening, you know? First generation immigrants, more likely than they've been here for a couple of generations. However, the way I approach them is not like like, even when I help Korean people at the library, the only time I explicitly ask them, are you Korean? Is after I pick up on their accent in certain cues and see their name, and I go, okay, this is a fair assumption to make, and also I am Korean.
So, you know, this isn't coming out of nowhere. Like I build up to it, and that's when I'm talking to another Korean. For some reason that social instinct is not in everyone. And my goal as a person is to make the encounter as unnatural as possible, to convey that that is not a question they should ask if they expect the answer they desire. Oh my gosh, Oswald's glasses! They're totally absent! I should totally draw them on top of this. But Oswald does have beautiful big eyes. So big, in fact, that he actually has 2 eye shines instead of 1. It is very important that he is the Moe eyes. Let's talk about something fun. I know that I can get very passionate and in-depth and thoughtful when it comes to real-world stuff, particularly when it pertains to my own experience. But like, we can talk about like shipping too. Even if that will lead us into media analysis and critique, which is also kind of a serious real-world thing. If you consider the fandom the real world, I guess. What I'm trying to say is that no one comes to Sang Sangold fully to relax. You will always come out of Sang Sangold streams with your brain a little more wrinkled than when you came in. I actually didn't see the little... Is it a trailer? I guess it's a little preview, a snippet, if you will, of the Knights of Guinevere Greenlight video. I saw the post and I assumed it was just like a regular like announcement video, but apparently there are clips of things that people haven't seen before. So I guess fill me in on that if you want. I'm like vaguely interested in the show. I'm interested in what Miss Terrace has to provide. But it's not a show that I would say I am keeping up with religiously. I'm probably actually more into Digital Circus, if I'm going to be frank. Ace Attorney tomorrow, yay! It's crazy that I feel like I measure my weeks based off of Ace Attorney Sundays, and so it kind of hit me earlier today that like, wow, it's tomorrow. Crazy. Absolutely bonkers. Akinator does not know wordsmith Ace Attorney? What? Safi! Why? That's crazy. But if I'm familiar with how Akinator works, if Akinator does not recognize it, that is the opportunity that you can put it in, and therefore, you know, fill in Akinator's ever-expanding library of things and characters. So, you know, you could be
the one who puts the wordsmith from a la Ace Attorney into Akinator, as, you know, as he should be. I'm not gonna lie, I hope Wordsmith comes back. I just... Why does he look like that? Why does he talk like that? Bro, I like him a lot. And I like what Safi did with the performance. It really adds to it. Remember his little spin? God. They really cooked with the... I don't know if Layton was the first 3D game in the Ace Attorney series. I know that, you know, obviously it inspired the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles when it comes to Britain and all that, and certain visual cues. But if it was the first Ace Attorney 3D game, then it really paved the way for how much potential that kind of thing has. You know, this isn't something that is particularly new, but when it comes to that, like, Owl House novelization or whatever the fuck that came out, people did ask, like, hey, didn't Dana, like, was super, like, fuck Disney after the Owl House ended, and now she's collaborating with Disney again? And she's also... Like, I know Disney isn't the crux of Knights of Guinevere. Like, obviously, it's broader than that. But it's also very much that. So, she's getting away with a lot. But I wonder if they just don't care. That could also be the case. She may not be having to deal with the same side of Disney. I understand that. Like, the Disney... Like, the side of Disney that makes books is definitely, you know, a different kind of Disney than the one who makes shows and movies. So, I understand. Ooh, underscore. Dinner. I wonder what's for dinner. Okay, so this has been coming up on my timeline a little bit, so I will weigh in because it's a hot topic that no one will care about within a week. But there is a game that came out from the guy, I think it was made by two guys, mostly the one guy. The Binding of Isaac guy. I know that Binding of Isaac is very beloved. I know my man Northern Lion really likes that game, so it speaks to the quality. And this game, the Mugenics, has been in the works for a while. And there was an article that was like, this game that was released by an indie dev got, you know, like, all of its profit back within 3 hours. What? And then the answer is like, yeah, he's an established creator. This game has been in development for years. Duh. But the context of the broader discussion is that it's not the issue of the fact that it's called Mugenics, and it's kind of like Newgrounds slop humor when it comes to the presentation of things. Um, it's hard to describe. I'd say that it's not necessarily bad. It's just it's been in development for like 12 years and it kind of shows, if that makes sense. Again, not intrinsically bad, just kind of like, to each their own. The conversation came from the fact that we actually talked about lolcows earlier this stream, so this ties into it rather nicely. One, Chris Chan, I believe she goes by Christine Weston Chandler. I know a little bit about Chris Chan based off of the video, so I can speak on this a little bit. She voices some of the cats in the game. Like, there are, like, guest voices for cats and meows, obviously. So the backlash came from the fact that, hey, I know it's, like, you know, 2010s epic and funny to put on one of the internet's biggest lolcows on your project, but did you not realize that in the, you know, in the time after that, in the 2020s, they were convicted of a very serious crime? I believe they were acquitted, actually, but the action itself is deeply reprehensible. I'm not gonna go into too much detail. Basically, Christian, living with her mom, arrested because her mom is suffering from dementia and she performed things to a certain extent. And I don't know this, I believe she is out of jail. Like, she's been out of jail for a while. But it's still kind of like, holy shit, this is an actual, like, really, like, why are we still humoring the lolcow thing? Like, I'm sure that to certain people, it's always gonna be funny to keep track and document certain people because you think that some qualities of them are inherently bullyable and fascinating. But also, can we fucking leave people alone and stop that? Like, it's the most, like, juvenile form of bullying, and the fact that it's still so pervasive and shit like Kiwi Farms just enables it is just like, oh my god, can we leave it behind? And so that's my personal gripe against including someone like that, because holy. And so the person who made the game, is not the most reprehensible cameo. Yeah, didn't he also include, like a fucking neo-Nazi or something? Again, the inclusions are very, like, 2010s figures, whether they are, like, you know, reputable or not. Like, I don't know too much. Again, I'm not, like, on the iDubbbz leafy shit. I know little bits and pieces. But the mentality was clearly like, I'm going to get as many guest stars that people recognize as possible, and that also includes people who may be morally reprehensible. And that kind of humor and mentality may fare you well in the 2010s and before. You might not get away with it as scot-free in our good year of our Lord 2026. And so, basically, the creator of Mutagenics made a tweet that was like, so, was it really a crime what Chris Chan did? And then eventually deleted that tweet because he realized the truth of what happened and was like, oh, okay, alright. Which I think, like, you can't pull the he don't have internet move because he made the like, this reeks of, like, Newground shit. That is the most, like, internet culture you can be. Like, you can, if your excuse is literally just, like, he's from a different time and his sense of humor hasn't changed, he just, like, whatever, but, like, oh my god. I've seen people give Smiling Friends some criticisms for having, you know, the bad sides of Newgrounds still very much within it, and I can definitely see where people are coming from, but I think ultimately Smiling Friends is still a pretty good piece of media, even though I believe, and I will stand by this, that it is so Newgrounds. It is like the most Newgrounds part about it is that it barely has any female characters. But that's a whole other story. Like Newgrounds is so much like the boys place, and I don't mean that as literally there are no girls. I mean that it's such a like the sense of humor and culture there are so like a specific kind of male culture that you just know. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that yeah, that's what I've been seeing floating around about Mugenics, and so I've seen people play the game and it doesn't seem very interesting gameplay loop wise, so I will not be engaging much with it. That's all I gotta say. He's a big centrist. Yeah, I heard a little bit about that. He's like, I think the way he responded specifically was, if I only chose people who followed my exact views, then I wouldn't have a lot of people to meow for me in my cat game. Which is, like, brother, are you like 19 years old? like this is such an outdated way of thinking that it boggles my mind. And yes, I know we were trying to talk about something happy, but I couldn't think about a shipping related thing in time, so yeah. Oh my god, it's midnight and I haven't finished this! Ah! Ah! Oh well, I'll finish it tomorrow. It's not the end of the world. It's such an anime mouth, but I'm such a sucker for it. The one time I'm glad to be out of blue today. Yeah, I mean, listen, I am not as online as I was when I was in my 16 to 20 years, but sometimes things come on my dash and I don't engage with it, but if there's nothing else to talk about, I will bring it up because whatever. Want me to talk about fucking the news? Want me to talk about when I was listening to NPR and they were talking about the fucking the state of housing? Yeah, that's what people come for. Anyway, what I think I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna color in the lines. And I think that will be it for today's stream because we are nearing. I'm happy with how Oswald looks so far. He looks so fun. He looks like he's having fun. That's all you can hope for. The 2-year-old niece calls cats Mimi because the cat in her favorite cartoon is called Mimi. It's like Parker from the window and say, "Look, they're Mimi." Oh. It's kind of like when little kids like see a dog and they go like Snoopy or some shit because that's their only frame of reference. Oh, but Mimi is such a cute name. Mimi. Aww. Thank you for the underscore. That's adorable. Oh no! Speaking of cats. Yo, do you want to hear the discourse about the person who uploaded this video? I'm kidding. That's a whole other thing. I feel like there are depths to certain fandom discourse that y'all don't know because we do not intersect fandoms in certain aspects. She called Toothless Mimi? Aww. Well, Toothless does have that feeling of a bright and sunny day. Well, that's the feeling that I get. I've never actually seen this. What's discourse about this version? Oh, this kitten sneeze? The two things I know about Kitten Sneeze, and with receipts that I've seen, is that why is Pomni bisexual? She's like evil bisexual, I don't know. She also looks like a little too edgy. She looks like she's been through the Has-Been Hotelinator. Anyway, what I know about Kitten Sneeze is, like... Is that actually, Michael Kovac? No. Okay, no, that's a voice. Never mind. Anyway, so the thing about Kitten Sneeze, from what I've heard, again, I'm not making statements on this person because I do not know enough, because I do not frequent the fan song communities that this person is in, a la Jake Neutron and all that. But basically, I think she's friends with Jake Neutron and then accused him of being a groomer or some shit, and then they still stayed friends afterwards. It was like really weird. Like there was a situation in which like she falsely accused him of some shit and then they stayed friends afterwards, which is like, what? That's like a whole thing. I don't really know the details of that. But the other thing is that she made like a Nazi OC Sona like when she was 19 or something. This was not when she was like a child. This is when like teenage at most. But it's one of those things where like you draw yourself as like a cartoon Nazi and you give yourself a sharp pointed smile and like a red flare coming out of your eye, and you're like, oh my god, I look so cool right now. And obviously people bashed her for it. I wouldn't say she is a Nazi. When people get to that point, I'm like, I don't think that's substantiated. I think she just made a very, very poor decision and a stupid one. But anyway, yeah, those are the main two things I know about Kitten Sneeze. I also know that in all the projects, in all the fan projects, she constantly wants to be Pomni because she can do such a good Pomni. She's great. Cast her as Pomni. Though I feel like that's more of a petty thing, though.
Each and every one of you guys for getting the A Little Bit Bad music video to over 1 million views in under a week, and fully funding the Pox and Jammy plushies. It's just...
Oh yeah, those plushies look like ass, by the way. This is totally my personal opinion, but the Pox and Jammy plushies, they just look like ass.
600 plushies sold for each campaign, and if we meet this goal, we'll put those funds toward brand new content featuring Pox and Jammy. Perhaps a vinyl figure or a brand new original song. Luckily, Makeship is running 10% off deals on their site.
Listen, I am an ethical hater. I see the information, I assess, and then I proceed as fairly as possible. I'm just telling you what I know. Alistair Pomni, yeah. This is supposed to be a personality swap, but it's blatantly flanderized and OC. Yeah, it's also like if Pomni was a Jax version, why is she like also sort of Kane and also like a Tumblr sexy man? Like it's clearly like, I don't know, like
so much more. Thank you so much for watching and supporting, and stay tapped in for
whatever.
More tunes and tunes. See you. Wait. What the? Is that? Oh my god! Not you again! Wait.
Dude, she's so quirky and evil and effed up. My little Chungus. Sorry. That I just said that purely out of mouth. No reason to be seen. Anyway. At the very least, I'll let you guys know if I'm saying something out of just sheer spite and, you know, bully mentality, rather than making a point. Do you ever get scared that people will do this with your characters? That people will make a personality swap and make it so that, Ujin becomes a hat and bow tie wearing Alistair clone, and Adam becomes an Uki? No, I'll be honest, that's never crossed my mind, Safi. But the thing about having your characters on the internet out of character nonsense. See, here's the thing. Yes, on some level, that is a little bit like in the back of my head of what if people take my characters that I molded out of clay like Pygmalion did and completely bastardize them and throw them against the wall. My answer to that is if it gets so bad that it turns into a popular music video, I would comment and say, who is that? And then leave. If Gooseworks can say out-of-pocket shit and get away with it because that's their personality, then I too will be the type of creator who says shit. I don't think it's particularly healthy to linger on this fear because it's always a what-if thing and it doesn't help you in the long term because you're looking at fandoms of particularly popular media, which are always going to be outliers when it comes to like indie projects. So don't worry about it. Like, I've already sort of been through my chromosynth mischaracterization phase in like the old server when we did chromosynth incorrect quotes and people were like, what if Ujin joked about how she's such a gamer and then she dabbed. Like, we've been through that. I'm not gonna lie. We're on the final like hurdle at this point. To be fair, I also engaged with it as well because I thought it was so funny. That era of chromosynth, aka just like fandom online humor in general, is the incorrect.
Wow, I can almost hear her voice. Stop telling people I'm dead. Oh my gosh, it's like they're right here. Oh, that was the funniest shit back then. Dude, that was Hall of Fame classic meme material. I thought they were funny. I mean, at the time, yes, they were funny. Looking back in an ironic way, they're also still a little funny. But you have to admit, they're funny in like the layer of the joke is that there's one layer. Humor has progressed to the point where everything has to have at least 2 or 3 layers. Anyway, my answer to the general what do you do if someone mischaracterizes your characters? The circumstances are, if they're just like a 14-year-old who takes my character and goes, this is them, then I go, like, unless they are leading like a fandom revolt and it involves at least like 20 people, then I don't think I would need to address it or worry about it. Like, if there was like some weird fandom-wide headcanon shit that occurred that was like totally out of character and everyone developed fucking, you know, fandom psychosis or shit, I would step in and go, are y'all fucking stupid? I would in fact be the type of person to interject and go, what are y'all cooking? If it's that wrong, I will say that. Now it's too late to share my incorrect quotes document. No! No, Safi, I take it back. Incorrect quotes are still funny. I was just talking about the specific kinds of incorrect quotes that were prevalent like a decade ago. That all came from like Parks and Rec and shit. They can still be funny because you're attributing funny moments to characters. It's like what I do with animatics and shit. That's evergreen. I would never decry that general genre of joke. I would never. I'm at the point where I don't think people care enough about my OCs to mischaracterize them. Yeah. I'm kind of at that point. I would be honored if someone loved a character so much that they mischaracterize them. I'm not there. Like, if someone mischaracterizes someone, a character. Oh my god, the sharks are kissing! Aw, Artistic Goose and Shiori, they were kissing next to each other. Sorry. I would say at a certain point, I would take it personally if the mischaracterization basically bastardized or, willfully misinterpreted authorial intent. You know? Like, if some woobifying happens that makes my characters seem like worse than they are, then worse as in worse written specifically, then I'm gonna go into their anonymous ask box and uh make strong counter arguments. And if they block me, they block me. Alright. I know the playlist is done, but we are almost done. So I'm just gonna really, really quickly color in all this. If we could just soak in the silence for a moment, you know? You know that I've seen this TikTok trend of videos where people are doing something and then they slow down because it's better for your general, mind and body to work slowly and let things soak in. That also applies to just, less stimulation of things. Like, it's okay to just listen to nothing for a bit. I say this as someone who always has a headphone in my ear because I need to listen to something, by the way. So I'm trying to ingrain this into myself as much as I'm preaching it. Is it trying to control the narrative or encouraging everyone to read the text again more slowly this time? It would be so funny if someone like made like a statement and my reply was like, can you cite your sources for that? Send me a 3-paragraph essay about why exactly you think this is so, citing your sources, and, put it on my desk by Friday, and then I'll look it over and then assess whether this argument has merit. Every post headcanon that people make have to be submitted that way in my world. Why Adam has a fat ass, a 5-page diatribe, and I look over it and I have like a pipe and I'm sitting on a rocking chair by a fireplace with like a little like a big deer head mounted on the wall, and I'm just like, interesting. You know, the kids are all right. Anyway, look at him. He's cute. And obviously, what we're missing. Oh wait, I forgot to align this part of the blanket. This part. Coloring in the lines is so satisfying to me because because the overwhelming black lines can make it seem very flat, but with a little pop of color, they look so nice. It fixes most things. Yeah. There we go. It's funny that when you look at it, Oswald's design, the existence of his, color is actually pretty minimal in most of his poses. Like if you turn him around, it's like 90%. But in this angle, it's just like this and this mostly. This character design is very pretty. Thank you. Thank you, Goose. If you don't mind me calling you Goose. I'm gonna wake my mom from laughing. They submitted a 5-page paper and you laugh at them. What the fuck? Why would they do this? Anyway, that, oh my god, I forgot to do their hands. Believe me, we're almost there. We're almost there. And that is very kind of you, Goose. I pride myself in being able to make characters pretty without, I would say, what the fuck? Why does his hand go like that? Hold on. The palm of the hand should be like this. Why is it? Yeah. What? Huh. Anyway. I like my end goal of characters always ends up being like, ah, like I like looking at them. That's nice, but so I can't claim to be the most diverse artist because at the end of the day,
One of my main artistic weaknesses is that I cannot draw a character who is truly hideous because I can't. Again, it's a legitimate artistic flaw to not be able to draw a character who has traits that you find hideous and are like absolutely unappealing physically. But at the very least, if I'm designing characters who are meant to be interesting and nice to look at, I can find different ways to make them that end goal with in as many ways as possible when you think about it. But yes, he's going to be holding a garland of hearts. And the reason why I chose this particular pose also is that the garland of hearts could very easily, hold on, let me look through layers, because this was the sketch. Ew, look at this sketch. Ew, wow, he looks so much better. What was I thinking? There's something about the head that was just really off. Gallo, hahaha. So the hearts will basically go here and here and here. So what I could do is I could draw all the hearts and color them in to be a bunch of different characters. Oh my god, do you guys see the name of the file? My sin. My sin is immortalized. Valentines. Anyway, how about we go ahead and raid somebody? Oh my god, Ryan is streaming! I haven't rated Ryan in a bit.
When a trip to the hospital.
No, I don't want to win a trip to the hospital. Oh, they said when a trip to the hospital, and then the rest of the sentence becomes unexpected. I thought it said win a trip to the hospital, and I'm like, I don't think I'd like to go there for leisure. But anyway. I'm gonna just leave you right there for reference. But once the ad finishes, we will go ahead and raid my friend Ryan. Raid Ryan Phantom. Okay. I can finally see what he's going. It's a little cut off because I think the last thing I showed it had proportions. But singing raid. Thank you for coming. I like drawing illustration-y art. I want to do more of that. And also because I have a President's Day weekend, I hope to work on the main story of the comic. I'm trying to be better about that. All right. Bye everyone. See y'all Sunday for Ace Attorney and Layton. Goodbye. Goodbye.